Chapter 1. A Fairy in the Flat. Mrs. Thomas Beresford shifted her position on the divan and looked gloomily out of the window of the flat. The prospect was not an extended one, consisting solely of a small block of flats on the other side of the road. Mrs. Beresford sighed and then yawned. "I wish," she said, "something would happen." Her husband looked up reprovingly. "Be careful, Tuppence. This craving for vulgar sensation alarms me." Tuppence sighed and closed her eyes dreamily. "So Tommy and Tuppence were married," she chanted, "and lived happily ever afterwards. And 6 years later they were still living together, happily ever afterwards. It is extraordinary," she said, "how different everything always is from what you think it is going to be." A very profound statement, Tuppence, but not original. Eminent poets and still more eminent divines have said it before. And, if you will excuse me saying so, have said it better. 6 years ago, continued Tuppence, I would have sworn that with sufficient money to buy things with, and with you for a husband, all life would have been one grand, sweet song. As one of the poets you seem to know so much about puts it, "Is it me, or the money that palls upon you?" inquired Tommy coldly. "Pals isn't exactly the word," said Tuppence kindly. "I'm used to my blessings, that's all. Just as one never thinks what a boon it is to be able to breathe through one's nose until one has a cold in the head." "Shall I neglect you a little?" suggested Tommy. "Take other women about to nightclubs, that sort of thing." "Useless," said Tuppence. "You would only meet me there with other men. And I should know perfectly well that you didn't care for the other women, whereas you would never be quite sure that I didn't care for the other men. Women are so much more thorough." "It's only in modesty that men score top marks," murmured her husband. "But what is the matter with you?" "Tuppence, why this yearning discontent? I don't know. I want things to happen. Exciting things. Wouldn't you like to go chasing German spies again? Tommy, think of the wild days of peril we went through once. Of course I know you're more or less in the Secret Service now, but it's pure office work. You mean you'd like them to send me into darkest Russia disguised as a Bolshevik bootlegger? Or something of that? That wouldn't be any good," said Tuppence. "They wouldn't let me go with you. And I'm the person who wants something to do so badly. Something to do. That is what I keep saying all day long. Woman's sphere," suggested Tommy, waving his hand. 20 minutes work after breakfast every morning keeps the flat going to perfection. You have nothing to complain of, have you? Your housekeeping is so perfect, Tuppence, as to be almost monotonous. "I do like gratitude," said Tuppence. "You, of course, have got your work," she continued. "But tell me, Tommy, don't you ever have a secret yearning for excitement, for things to happen?" "No," said Tommy. "At least I don't think so. It is all very well to want things to happen. They might not be pleasant things." "How prudent men are," sighed Tuppence. "Don't you ever have a wild, secret yearning for romance, adventure, life?" "What have you been reading, Tuppence?" asked Tommy. "Think how exciting it would be," went on Tuppence, "if we heard a wild rapping at the door and went to open it and in staggered a dead man." "If he was dead, he couldn't stagger," said Tommy critically. "You know what I mean," said Tuppence. "They always stagger in just before they die and fall at your feet, just gasping out a few enigmatic words, 'The spotted leopard,' or something like that." I advise a course of Schopenhauer or Immanuel Kant, said Tommy. That sort of thing would be good for you, said Tuppence. You are getting fat and comfortable. I am not, said Tommy indignantly. Anyway, you do slimming exercises yourself. Everybody does, said Tuppence. When I said you were getting fat, I was really speaking metaphorically. You are getting prosperous and sleek and comfortable. I don't know what has come over you, said her husband. The spirit of adventure, murmured Tuppence. It is better than a longing for romance anyway. I have that sometimes too. I think of meeting a man, a really handsome man. You have met me, said Tommy. Isn't that enough for you? A brown, lean man, terrifically strong. The kind of man who can ride anything and lassoes wild horses. Complete with sheepskin trousers and a cowboy hat, interpolated Tommy sarcastically, and has lived in the wilds, continued Tuppence. I should like him to fall simply madly in love with me. I should, of course, rebuff him virtuously and be true to my marriage vows, but my heart would secretly go out to him. Well, said Tommy, I often wish that I may meet a really beautiful girl. A girl with corn-colored hair who will fall desperately in love with me. Only I don't think I rebuff her. In fact, I am quite sure I don't. That, said Tuppence, is naughty temper. What, said Tommy, is really the matter with you? Tuppence, you have never talked like this before. No, but I have been boiling up inside for a long time, said Tuppence. You see, it is very dangerous to have everything you want, including enough money to buy things. Of course, there are always hats. You have got about 40 hats already, said Tommy, and they all look alike. Hats are like that, said Tuppence. They are not really alike. There are nuances in them. I saw rather a nice one in violets this morning. If you haven't anything better to do than going on buying hats you don't need. That's it, said Tuppence. That's exactly it. If I had something better to do, I suppose I ought to take up good works. Oh, Tommy, I do wish something exciting would happen. I really do feel it would be good for us. If we could find a fairy. Ah, said Tommy. It is curious you're saying that. He got up and crossed the room. Opening a drawer of the writing table, he took out a small snapshot print and brought it to Tuppence. Oh, said Tuppence, so you have got them developed. Which is this? The one you took of this room or the one I took? The one I took. Yours didn't come out. You underexposed it? You always do. It is nice for you, said Tuppence, to think that there is one thing you can do better than me. A foolish remark, said Tommy, but I will let it pass for the moment. What I wanted to show you was this. He pointed to a small white speck on the photograph. That is a scratch on the film, said Tuppence. Not at all, said Tommy. That, Tuppence, is a fairy. Tommy, you idiot. Look for yourself. He handed her a magnifying glass. Amarai. Tuppence studied the print attentively through it. Seen thus by a slight stretch of fancy, the scratch on the film could be imagined to represent a small winged creature perched on the fender. It has got wings, cried Tuppence. What fun! A real live fairy in our flat. Shall we write to Conan Doyle about it? Oh, Tommy, do you think she'll give us wishes? You will soon know, said Tommy. You have been wishing hard enough for something to happen all the afternoon. At that minute, the door opened, and a tall lad of 15, who seemed undecided as to whether he was a footman or a page boy, inquired in a truly magnificent manner, Are you at home, madam? The front doorbell has just rung. I wish Albert wouldn't go to the pictures, sighed Tuppence after she had signified her assent, and Albert had withdrawn. He's copying a Long Island butler now. Thank goodness I've cured him of asking for people's cards and bringing them to me on a salver. The door opened again, and Albert announced, Mr. Carter. Much as though it were a royal title. The chief, muttered Tommy, in great surprise. Tuppence jumped up with a glad exclamation and greeted a tall, gray-haired man with piercing eyes and a tired smile. Mr. Carter, I am glad to see you. That's good. Mrs. Tommy, now answer me a question. How's life generally? Satisfactory, but dull, replied Tuppence with a twinkle. Better and better, said Mr. Carter. Carter, I'm evidently going to find you in the right mood. This, said Tuppence, sounds exciting. Albert, still copying the Long Island butler, brought in tea. When this operation was completed without mishap, and the door had closed behind him, Tuppence burst out once more. You did mean something, didn't you, Mr. Carter? Are you going to send us on a mission into darkest Russia? Not exactly that, said Mr. Carter. But there is something. Yes, there is something. I don't think you are the kind who shrinks from risks. Are you, Mrs. Tommy? Tuppence's eyes sparkled with excitement. There is certain work to be done for the department, and I just fancied that it might suit you two. Go on, said Tuppence. I see that you take the Daily Leader, continued Mr. Carter, picking up that journal from the table. He turned to the advertisement column and, indicating a certain advertisement with his finger, pushed the paper across to Tommy. Read that out, he said. Tommy complied. The International Detective Agency. Theodore Blunt. Manager. Private inquiries. Large staff of confidential and highly skilled inquiry agents. Utmost discretion. Consultations free. 118. Haleham St. W. C. He looked inquiringly at Mr. Carter. The latter nodded. That detective agency has been on its last legs for some time. He murmured, Friend of mine acquired it for a mere song. We're thinking of setting it going again, say, for a 6 months trial. And during that time, of course, it will have to have a manager. What about Mr. Theodore Blunt? Asked Tommy. Mr. Blunt has been rather indiscreet. I'm afraid, in fact, Scotland Yard have had to interfere. Mr. Blunt is being detained at His Majesty's expense, and he won't tell us half of what we'd like to know. I see, sir, said Tommy. At least, I think I see. I suggest that you have 6 months' leave from the office, 3 health, and of course, if you like to run a detective agency under the name of Theodore Blunt, it's nothing to do with me. Tommy eyed his chief steadily. Any instructions, sir? Mr. Blunt did some foreign business, I believe. Look out for blue letters with a Russian stamp on them. From a ham merchant anxious to find his wife, who came as a refugee to this country some years ago. Moisten the stamp, and you'll find the number 16 written underneath. Make a copy of these letters and send the originals on to me. Also, if anyone comes to the office and makes a reference to the number 16, inform me immediately. I understand, sir, said Tommy. And apart from these instructions, Mr. Carter picked up his gloves from the table and prepared to depart. You can run the agency as you please. I fancied, his eyes twinkled a little, that it might amuse Mrs. Tommy to try her hand at a little detective work. Chapter 2. A Pot of Tea. Mr. and Mrs. Beresford took possession of the offices of the International Detective Agency. A few days later, they were on the second floor of a somewhat dilapidated building in Bloomsbury. In the small outer office, Albert relinquished the role of a Long Island butler and took up that of office boy, a part which he played to perfection. A paper bag of sweets, inky hands, and a tousled head was his conception of the character. From the outer office, 2 doors led into inner offices. On one door was painted the legend Clerks, on the other, Private. Behind the latter was a small, comfortable room, furnished with an immense business-like desk. A lot of artistically labeled files, all empty, and some solid leather-seated chairs. Behind the desk sat the pseudo Mr. Blunt, trying to look as though he had run a detective agency all his life. A telephone, of course, stood at his elbow. Tuppence and he had rehearsed several good telephone effects, and Albert also had his instructions. In the adjoining room was Tuppence, a typewriter, the necessary tables and chairs of an inferior type to those in the room of the great chief, and a gas ring for making tea. Nothing was wanting, in fact, save clients. Tuppence, in the first ecstasies of initiation, had a few bright hopes. "It will be too marvelous," she declared. "We will hunt down murderers and discover the missing family jewels and find people who've disappeared and detect embezzlers." At this point, Tommy felt it his duty to strike a more discouraging note. "Calm yourself, Tuppence, and try and forget the cheap fiction you are in the habit of reading. Our clientele, if we have any clientele at all, will consist solely of husbands who want their wives shadowed, and wives who want their husbands shadowed. Evidence for divorce is the sole prop of private inquiry agents." "Oh, dear." "He found," said Tuppence, wrinkling a fastidious nose. "We shan't touch divorce cases. We must raise the tone of our new profession." "Yes," said Tommy doubtfully. And now, a week after installation, they compare notes rather ruefully. "3 idiotic women whose husbands go away for weekends," sighed Tommy. "Anyone come whilst I was out at lunch? A fat old man with a flighty wife," sighed Tuppence sadly. "I've read in the papers for years that the divorce evil was growing, but somehow I never seemed to realize it until this last week. I'm sick and tired of saying we don't undertake divorce cases. We've put it in the advertisements now." Tommy reminded her, "So it won't be so bad." "I'm sure we advertise in the most tempting way, too," said Tuppence in a melancholy voice. "All the same, I'm not going to be beaten, if necessary. I shall commit a crime myself, and you will detect it. And what good would that do? Think of my feelings when I bid you a tender farewell at Bow Street. Or is it Vine Street?" "You are thinking of your bachelor days," said Tuppence pointedly. "The Old Bailey, that is what I mean," said Tommy. "Well," said Tuppence, "something has got to be done about it. Here we are bursting with talent and no chance of exercising it." "I always like your cheery optimism. Tuppence, you seem to have no doubt whatever that you have talent to exercise." "Of course," said Tuppence, opening her eyes very wide. And yet you have no expert knowledge whatever. Well, I have read every detective novel that has been published in the last 10 years. So have I, said Tommy, but I have a sort of feeling that that wouldn't really help us much. You always were a pessimist, Tommy. Belief in oneself, that is the great thing. Well, you have got it all right, said her husband. Of course it is all right in detective stories, said Tuppence thoughtfully, because one works backwards. I mean, if one knows the solution, one can arrange the clues. I wonder now. She paused, wrinkling her brows. Yes, said Tommy, inquiringly. I have got a sort of an idea, said Tuppence. It hasn't quite come yet, but it's coming. She rose resolutely. I think I shall go and buy that hat I told you about. Oh, God, said Tommy. Another hat. It's a very nice one, said Tuppence with dignity. She went out with a resolute look on her face. Once or twice, in the following days, Tommy inquired curiously about the idea. Tuppence merely shook her head and told him to give her time. And then, one glorious morning, the first client arrived, and all else was forgotten. There was a knock on the outer door of the office. Albert, who had just placed an acid drop between his lips, roared out an indistinct, "Come in!" He then swallowed the acid drop whole in his surprise and delight, for this looked like the real thing. A tall young man, exquisitely and beautifully dressed, stood hesitating in the doorway. A toff, if ever there was one, said Albert to himself. His judgment in such matters was good. The young man was about 24 years of age, had beautifully slicked back hair, a tendency to pink rims round the eyes, and practically no chin to speak of. In an ecstasy, Albert pressed a button under his desk, and almost immediately a perfect fusillade of typing broke out from the direction of clerks. Tuppence had rushed to the post of duty. The effect of this hum of industry was to overawe the young man still further. I say, he remarked, is this the Whatnot Detective Agency? Blunt's, brilliant detectives, all that sort of stuff. You know, did you want you, sir, to speak to Mr. Blunt himself? Inquired Albert, with an air of doubt, as to whether such a thing could be managed. Well, yes, laddie, that was the jolly old idea. Can it be done? You haven't an appointment, I suppose. The visitor became more and more apologetic. Afraid I haven't. It's always wise, sir, to ring up on the phone first. Mr. Blunt is so terribly busy. He's engaged on the telephone at the moment, called into consultation by Scotland Yard. The young man seemed suitably impressed. Albert lowered his voice and imported information in a friendly fashion. Important theft of documents from a government office. They want Mr. Blunt to take up the case. Oh, really? I say, he must be no end of a fellow. The boss. Sir, said Albert, is it? The young man sat down on a hard chair, completely unconscious of the fact that he was being subjected to keen scrutiny by two pairs of eyes looking through cunningly contrived peepholes, those of Tuppence, in the intervals of frenzied typing, and those of Tommy awaiting the suitable moment. Presently, a bell rang with violence on Albert's desk. The boss is free now. I will find out whether he can see you, said Albert, and disappeared through the door marked private. He reappeared immediately. Will you come this way, sir? The visitor was ushered into the private office, and a pleasant-faced young man with red hair and an air of brisk capability rose to greet him. Sit down. You wish to consult me. I am Mr. Blunt. Oh, really? I say, You're awfully young, aren't you? The day of the old men is over, said Tommy, waving his hand. Who caused the war? The old men. Who is responsible for the present state of unemployment? The old men. Who is responsible for every single rotten thing that has happened? Again, I say, the old men. I expect you are right, said the client. I know a fellow who is a poet. At least he says he is a poet, and he always talks like that. Let me tell you this, sir. Not a person on my highly trained staff is a day over 25. That is the truth. Since the highly trained staff consisted of Tuppence and Albert, the statement was truth itself. And now the facts, said Mr. Blunt. I want you to find someone that's missing, blurted out the young man. Quite so. Will you give me the details? Well, you see, it's rather difficult. I mean, it's a frightfully delicate business and all that. She might be frightfully waxy about it. I mean, well, it's so dashed difficult to explain. He looked helplessly at Tommy. Tommy felt annoyed. He had been on the point of going out to lunch, but he foresaw that getting the facts out of this client would be a long and tedious business. Did she disappear of her own free will? Or do you suspect abduction? He demanded crisply. I don't know, said the young man. I don't know anything. Tommy reached for a pad and pencil. First of all, he said, will you give me your name? My office boy is trained never to ask names. In that way, consultations can remain completely confidential. Oh, rather, said the young man. Jolly good idea. My name's Smith. Oh, no, said Tommy. The real one, please. His visitor looked at him in awe. Erson? Vincent, he said. Lawrence St. Vincent? It's a curious thing, said Tommy. How very few people there are whose real name is Smith. Personally, I don't know anyone called Smith. But 9 men out of 10 who wish to conceal their real name give that of Smith. I am writing a monograph upon the subject. At that moment, a buzzer purred discreetly on his desk. That meant that Tuppence was requesting to take hold. Tommy, who wanted his lunch, and who felt profoundly unsympathetic towards Mr. St. Vincent, was only too pleased to relinquish the helm. Excuse me, he said, and picked up the telephone. Across his face there shot rapid changes. Surprise, consternation, slight elation. You don't say so, he said into the phone. The Prime Minister himself, of course. In that case, I will come round at once. He replaced the receiver on the hook and turned to his client. My dear sir, I must ask you to excuse me. A most urgent summons. If you will give the facts of the case to my confidential secretary, she will deal with them. He strode to the adjoining door. Miss Robinson, Tuppence. Very neat and demure, with smooth black head and dainty collar and cuffs, tripped in. Tommy made the necessary introductions and departed. A lady you take an interest in has disappeared. I understand? Mr. St. Vincent, said Tuppence in her soft voice, as she sat down and took up Mr. Blunt's pad and pencil. A young lady. Oh, rather, said Mr. St. Vincent. Young and awfully good-looking and all that sort of thing. Tuppence's face grew grave. Dear me, she murmured. I hope that... You don't think anything's really happened to her? Demanded Mr. St. Vincent. in lively concern. "Oh, we must hope for the best," said Tuppence, with a kind of false cheerfulness which depressed Mr. Saint. Vincent horribly. "Oh, look here, Miss Robinson. I say, you must do something. Spare no expense. I wouldn't have anything happen to her for the world. You seem awfully sympathetic, and I don't mind telling you in confidence that I simply worship the ground that girl walks on. She's a topper, an absolute topper. Please tell me her name and all about her. Her name's Janet. I don't know her second name. She works in a hat shop, Madame Violette's in Brook Street, but she's as straight as they make them. Has ticked me off no end of times. I went round there yesterday, waiting for her to come out. All the others came, but not her. Then I found that she'd never turned up that morning to work at all, sent no message either. Old Madam was furious about it. I got the address of her lodgings, and I went round there. She hadn't come home the night before, and they didn't know where she was. I was simply frantic. I thought of going to the police, but I knew that Janet would be absolutely furious with me for doing that if she were really all right and had gone off on her own. Then I remembered that she herself had pointed out your advertisement to me one day in the paper and told me that one of the women who'd been in buying hats had simply raved about your ability and discretion and all that sort of thing. So I toddled along here right away. "I see," said Tuppence. "What is the address of her lodgings?" The young man gave it to her. "That's all, I think," said Tuppence reflectively. "That is to say, am I to understand that you are engaged to this young lady, Mr. St. Vincent turned a brick red. "Well, no, not exactly. I never said anything. But I can tell you this. I mean to ask her to marry me as soon as ever I see her. If I ever do see her again." Tuppence laid aside her pad. "Do you wish for our special 24-hour service?" she asked, in business-like tones. "What's that? The fees are doubled, but we put all our available staff onto the case. Mr. Saint Vincent. If the lady is alive, I shall be able to tell you where she is by this time tomorrow. What I say, that's wonderful. We only employ experts, and we guarantee results," said Tuppence crisply. "But I say, you must have the most topping staff." "Oh, we have," said Tuppence. "By the way, you haven't given me a description of the young lady. She's got the most marvelous hair, sort of golden, but very deep, like a jolly old sunset." "That's it, a jolly old sunset. I never noticed things like sunsets until lately. Poetry, too. There's a lot more in poetry than I ever thought." "Red hair," said Tuppence unemotionally, writing it down. "What height should you say the lady was?" "Oh, tallish. And she's got ripping eyes, dark blue, I think, and a sort of decided manner with her. Takes a fellow up short sometimes." Tuppence wrote down a few words more, then closed her notebook and rose. "If you will call here tomorrow at 2 o'clock, I think we shall have news of some kind for you," she said. "Good morning, Mr. St. Vincent." When Tommy returned, Tuppence was just consulting a page of Debrett. "I've got all the details," she said succinctly. "Lawrence St. Vincent is the nephew and heir of the Earl of Cheriton. If we pull this through, we shall get publicity in the highest places." Tommy read through the notes on the pad. "What do you really think has happened to the girl?" he asked. I think, said Tuppence, that she has fled at the dictates of her heart, feeling that she loves this young man too well for her peace of mind. Tommy looked at her doubtfully. I know they do it in books, he said, but I've never known any girl who did it in real life. No, said Tuppence. Well, perhaps you're right, but I dare say Lawrence St. Vincent will swallow that sort of slush. He's full of romantic notions just now. By the way, I guaranteed results in 24 hours. Our special service. Tuppence, you congenital idiot. What made you do that? The idea just came into my head. I thought it sounded rather well. Don't you worry. Leave it to Mother. Mother knows best. She went out, leaving Tommy profoundly dissatisfied. Presently he rose, sighed, and went out to do what could be done. Cursing Tuppence's over-fervent imagination, when he returned, weary and jaded at 4:30, he found Tuppence extracting a bag of biscuits from their place of concealment in one of the files. You look hot and bothered, she remarked. What have you been doing? Tommy groaned, making a round of the hospitals with that girl's description. Didn't I tell you to leave it to me? Demanded Tuppence. You can't find that girl single-handed before 2 o'clock tomorrow. I can. And what's more, I have. You have, what do you mean? A simple problem. Watson? Very simple indeed. Where is she now? Tuppence pointed a hand over her shoulder. She's in my office next door. What is she doing there? Tuppence began to laugh. Well, she said, early training will tell. And with a kettle, a gas ring, and 1/2 pound of tea staring her in the face. The result is a foregone conclusion. You see, continued Tuppence gently, Madame Violette's is where I go for my hats, and the other day I ran across an old pal of hospital days amongst the girls there. She gave up nursing after the war and started a hat shop, failed, and took this job at Madame Violette's. We fixed up the whole thing between us. She was to rub the advertisement well into young St. Vincent and then disappear. Wonderful efficiency of Blunt's brilliant detectives. Publicity for us and the necessary fillip to young St. Vincent to bring him to the point of proposing. Janet was in despair about it. Tuppence, said Tommy, you take my breath away. The whole thing is the most immoral business I ever heard of. You aid and abet this young man to marry out of his class. Stuff, said Tuppence. Janet is a splendid girl, and the queer thing is that she really adores that weak-kneed young man. You can see with half a glance what his family needs. Some good red blood in it. Janet will be the making of him. She'll look after him like a mother, ease down the cocktails and the nightclubs, and make him lead a good, healthy country gentleman's life. Come and meet her. Tuppence opened the door of the adjoining office, and Tommy followed her. A tall girl with lovely auburn hair and a pleasant face put down the steaming kettle in her hand and turned with a smile that disclosed an even row of white teeth. I hope you'll forgive me. Nurse Cowley, Mrs. Beresford. I thought that very likely you'd be quite ready for a cup of tea yourself. Many's the pot of tea you've made for me in the hospital at 3 o'clock in the morning. Tommy, said Tuppence, let me introduce you to my old friend, Nurse Smith. Smith, did you say, how curious, said Tommy, shaking hands. Oh, nothing. A little monograph that I was thinking of. Writing. Pull yourself together, Tommy, said Tuppence. She poured him out a cup of tea. Now then, let's all drink together. Here's to the success of the International Detective Agency, Blunt's brilliant detectives. May they never know failure. Chapter 3. The Affair of the Pink Pearl. "What on earth are you doing?" demanded Tuppence, as she entered the inner sanctum of the International Detective Agency. Slogan Blunt's brilliant detectives and discovered her lord and master prone on the floor in a sea of books. Tommy struggled to his feet. "I was trying to arrange these books on the top shelf of that cupboard," he complained, "and the damned chair gave way." "What are they, anyway?" asked Tuppence, picking up a volume, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." "I wouldn't mind reading that again sometime." "You see the idea," said Tommy, dusting himself with care. "Half hours with the great masters, that sort of thing. You see, Tuppence, I can't help feeling that we are more or less amateurs at this business. Of course, amateurs, in one sense, we cannot help being. But it would do no harm to acquire the technique, so to speak. These books are detective stories by the leading masters of the art. I intend to try different styles and compare results." Said Tuppence. "I often wonder how those detectives would have got on in real life." She picked up another volume. "You'll find a difficulty in being a Thorndike. You've no medical experience and less legal, and I never heard that science was your strong point." "Perhaps not," said Tommy, "but at any rate, I've bought a very good camera, and I shall photograph footprints and enlarge the negatives and all that sort of thing. Now, mon ami, use your little gray cells. What does this convey to you?" He pointed to the bottom shelf of the cupboard. On it lay a somewhat futuristic dressing gown, a Turkish slipper, and a violin. "Obvious, my dear Watson," said Tuppence. "Exactly," said Tommy, the Sherlock Holmes touch. He took up the violin and drew the bow idly across the strings, causing Tuppence to give a wail of agony. At that moment, the buzzer rang on the desk, a sign that a client had arrived in the outer office and was being held in parley by Albert, the office boy. Tommy hastily replaced the violin in the cupboard and kicked the books behind the desk. "Not that there's any great hurry," he remarked. "Albert will be handing them out the stuff about my being engaged with Scotland Yard on the phone. Get into your office and start typing. Tuppence, it makes the office sound busy and active. No. On second thoughts, you shall be taking notes in shorthand from my dictation. Let's have a look before we get Albert to send the victim in." They approached the peephole, which had been artistically contrived so as to command a view of the outer office. The client was a girl of about Tuppence's age, tall and dark, with a rather haggard face and scornful eyes. "Clothes cheap and striking," remarked Tuppence. "Have her in, Tommy." In another minute, the girl was shaking hands with the celebrated Mr. Blunt, whilst Tuppence sat by with eyes demurely downcast, and pad and pencil in hand. "My confidential secretary, Miss Robinson," said Mr. Blunt, with a wave of the hand. "You may speak freely before her." Then he lay back for a minute, half closed his eyes, and remarked in a tired tone, "You must find traveling in a bus very crowded at this time of day." "I came in a taxi," said the girl. "Oh," said Tommy, aggrieved. His eyes rested reproachfully on a blue bus ticket protruding from her glove. The girl's eyes followed his glance, and she smiled and drew it out. "You mean this? I picked it up on the pavement. A little neighbor of ours collects them." Tuppence coughed, and Tommy threw a baleful glare at her. "We must get to business," he said briskly. You are in need of our services, Miss. Kingston Bruce is my name, said the girl. We live at Wimbledon. Last night, a lady who is staying with us lost a valuable pink pearl. Mr. Saint Vincent was also dining with us, and during dinner, he happened to mention your firm. My mother sent me off to you this morning to ask you if you would look into the matter for us. The girl spoke sullenly, almost disagreeably. It was clear as daylight that she and her mother had not agreed over the matter. She was here under protest. I see, said Tommy, a little puzzled. You have not called in the police? No, said Miss Kingston Bruce. We haven't. It would be idiotic to call in the police and then find that the silly thing had rolled under the fireplace, or something like that. Oh, said Tommy, then the jewel may only be lost after all. Miss Kingston Bruce shrugged her shoulders. People make such a fuss about things, she murmured. Tommy cleared his throat. Of course, he said doubtfully. I'm extremely busy just now. I quite understand, said the girl, rising to her feet. There was a quick gleam of satisfaction in her eyes which Tuppence, for one, did not miss. Nevertheless, continued Tommy, I think I can manage to run down to Wimbledon. Will you give me the address? Please. The Laurels, Edgeworth Road. Make a note of it. Please, Miss Robinson. Miss Kingston Bruce hesitated, then said rather ungraciously, We'll expect you then. Good morning. Funny girl, said Tommy. I couldn't quite make her out. I wonder if she stole the thing herself, remarked Tuppence meditatively. Come on, Tommy. Let's put away these books and take the car and go down there. By the way, who are you going to be? Sherlock Holmes still? I think I need practice for that, said Tommy. I came rather a cropper over that bus ticket, didn't I? You did, said Tuppence. If I were you, I shouldn't try too much on that girl. She's as sharp as a needle. She's unhappy, too. Poor devil. I suppose you know all about her already, said Tommy with sarcasm, simply from looking at the shape of her nose. I'll tell you my idea of what we shall find at the Laurels, said Tuppence, quite unmoved. A household of snobs, very keen to move in this best society. The father, if there is a father, is sure to have a military title. The girl falls in with their way of life and despises herself for doing so. Tommy took a last look at the books now neatly ranged upon a shelf. I think, he said thoughtfully, that I shall be Thorndyke today. I shouldn't have thought there was anything medico-legal about this case, remarked Tuppence. Perhaps not, said Tommy, but I'm simply dying to use that new camera of mine. It's supposed to have the most marvelous lens that ever was or ever could be. I know those kind of lenses, said Tuppence. By the time you've adjusted the shutter and stopped down and calculated the exposure and kept your eyes on the spirit level, your brain gives out, and you yearn for the simple brownie. Only an unambitious soul is content with the simple brownie. Well, I bet I shall get better results with it than you will. Tommy ignored this challenge. I ought to have a smoker's companion, he said regretfully. I wonder where one buys them. There's always the patent corkscrew Aunt Araminta gave you last Xmas, said Tuppence helpfully. That's true, said Tommy. A curious-looking engine of destruction. I thought it at the time, and rather a humorous present to get from a strictly teetotal aunt. I, said Tuppence, shall be Polton. Tommy looked at her scornfully. Polton, indeed. You couldn't begin to do one of the things that he does. Yes, I can. said Tuppence. "I can rub my hands together when I'm pleased. That's quite enough to get on with. I hope you're going to take plaster casts of footprints." Tommy was reduced to silence. Having collected the corkscrew, they went round to the garage, got out the car, and started for Wimbledon. The Laurels was a big house. It ran somewhat to gables and turrets, had an air of being very newly painted, and was surrounded with neat flower beds filled with scarlet geraniums. A tall man with a close-cropped white mustache and an exaggeratedly martial bearing opened the door before Tommy had time to ring. "I've been looking out for you," he explained fussily. "Mr. Blunt, is it not? I am Colonel Kingston Bruce. Will you come into my study?" He led them into a small room at the back of the house. "Young St. Vincent was telling me wonderful things about your firm. I've noticed your advertisements myself. This guaranteed 24-hour service of yours, a marvelous notion. That's exactly what I need." Inwardly anathematizing Tuppence for her irresponsibility in inventing this brilliant detail, Tommy replied, "Just so, Colonel. The whole thing is most distressing. Sir, most distressing. Perhaps you would kindly give me the facts," said Tommy, with a hint of impatience. "Certainly I will at once. We have at the present moment staying with us a very old and dear friend of ours, Lady Laura Barton, daughter of the late Earl of Carroway. The present Earl, her brother, made a striking speech in the House of Lords the other day. As I say, she is an old and dear friend of ours. Some American friends of mine, who have just come over, the Hamilton Betts, were most anxious to meet her. Nothing easier," I said. "She is staying with me now. Come down for the weekend. You know what Americans are about titles. Mr. Blunt, and others besides Americans sometimes. Colonel Kingston Bruce? Alas, only too true. My dear sir, nothing I hate more than a snob." Well, as I was saying, the Betts came down for the weekend. Last night, we were playing bridge at the time. The clasp of a pendant Mrs. Hamilton Betts was wearing broke. So she took it off and laid it down on a small table, meaning to take it upstairs with her when she went. This, however, she forgot to do. I must explain, Mr. Blunt, that the pendant consisted of 2 small diamond wings and a big pink pearl depending from them. The pendant was found this morning lying where Mrs. Betts had left it, but the pearl, a pearl of enormous value, had been wrenched off. Who found the pendant? The parlor maid Gladys Hill. Any reason to suspect her? She has been with us some years, and we have always found her perfectly honest. But, of course, one never knows. Exactly. Will you describe your staff? And also tell me who was present at dinner last night. There is the cook. She has been with us only 2 months. But then she would have no occasion to go near the drawing room. The same applies to the kitchen maid. Then there is the housemaid, Alice Cummings. She also has been with us for some years. And Lady Laura's maid, of course. She is French. Colonel Kingston Bruce looked very impressive as he said this. Tommy, unaffected by the revelation of the maid's nationality, said, "Exactly." And the party at dinner, Mr. and Mrs. Betts, ourselves, my wife and daughter, and Lady Laura. Young St. Vincent was dining with us, and Mr. Rennie looked in after dinner for a while. Who is Mr. Rennie? A most pestilential fellow, an arrant socialist, good-looking, of course, and with a certain specious power of argument, but a man. I don't mind telling you. whom I wouldn't trust a yard, a dangerous sort of fellow. In fact, said Tommy dryly, it is Mr. Rennie whom you suspect. I do. Mr. Blunt, I'm sure, holding the views he does, that he can have no principles whatsoever. What could have been easier for him than to have quietly wrenched off the pearl at a moment when we were all absorbed in our game? There were several absorbing moments. A redoubled, no trump hand, I remember, and also a painful argument when my wife had the misfortune to revoke. Quite so, said Tommy. I should just like to know one thing. What is Mrs. Betts' attitude in all this? She wanted me to call in the police, said Colonel Kingston Bruce reluctantly. That is, when we had searched everywhere in case the pearl had only dropped off, but you dissuaded her. I was very averse to the idea of publicity, and my wife and daughter backed me up. Then my wife remembered young St. John Vincent speaking about your firm at dinner last night, and the 24 hours special service. Yes, said Tommy with a heavy heart. You see, in any case, no harm will be done. If we call in the police tomorrow, it can be supposed that we thought the jewel merely lost, and were hunting for it. By the way, nobody has been allowed to leave the house this morning. Except your daughter, of course, said Tuppence, speaking for the first time. Except my daughter, agreed the colonel. She volunteered at once to go and put the case before you. Tommy rose. We will do our best to give you satisfaction. Colonel, he said, I should like to see the drawing room and the table on which the pendant was laid down. I should also like to ask Mrs. Betts a few questions. After that, I will interview the servants, or rather my assistant, Miss Robinson. Will do so. He felt his nerve quailing before the terrors of questioning the servants. Colonel Kingston Bruce threw open the door and led them across the hall. As he did so, a remark came to them clearly through the open door of the room they were approaching, and the voice that uttered it was that of the girl who had come to see them that morning. You know perfectly well, Mother, she was saying, that she did bring home a teaspoon in her muff. In another minute, they were being introduced to Mrs. Kingston Bruce, a plaintive lady with a languid manner. Miss Kingston Bruce acknowledged their presence with a short inclination of the head. Her face was more sullen than ever. Mrs. Kingston Bruce was voluble. But I know who I think took it, she ended. That dreadful socialist young man. He loves the Russians and the Germans and hates the English. What else can you expect? He never touched it, said Miss Kingston Bruce fiercely. I was watching him all the time. I couldn't have failed to see if he had... She looked at them defiantly with her chin up. Tommy created a diversion by asking for an interview with Mrs. Betts. When Mrs. Kingston Bruce had departed, accompanied by her husband and daughter, to find Mrs. Betts, he whistled thoughtfully. I wonder, he said gently, who it was who had a teaspoon in her muff. Just what I was thinking, replied Tuppence. Mrs. Betts, followed by her husband, burst into the room. She was a big woman with a determined voice. Mr. Hamilton Betts looked dyspeptic and subdued. I understand, Mr. Blunt, that you are a private inquiry agent and one who hustles things through at a great rate. Hustle, said Tommy, is my middle name, Mrs. Betts. Let me ask you a few questions. Thereafter, things proceeded rapidly. Tommy was shown the damaged pendant, the table on which it had lain, and Mr. Betts emerged from his taciturnity to mention the value, in dollars, of the stolen pearl. And withal, Tommy felt an irritating certainty that he was not getting on. "I think that will do," he said at length. "Miss Robinson, will you kindly fetch the special photographic apparatus from the hall?" Miss Robinson complied. "A little invention of my own," said Tommy, "in appearance. You see, it is just like an ordinary camera." He had some slight satisfaction in seeing that the Betts were impressed. He photographed the pendant, the table on which it had lain, and took several general views of the apartment. Then Miss Robinson was delegated to interview the servants, and in view of the eager expectancy on the faces of Colonel Kingston Bruce and Mrs. T.J. Betts, Tommy felt called upon to say a few authoritative words. "The position amounts to this," he said. "Either the pearl is still in the house, or it is not still in the house." "Quite so," said the colonel with more respect than was, perhaps, quite justified by the nature of the remark. "If it is not in the house, it may be anywhere, but if it is in the house, it must necessarily be concealed somewhere." "And a search must be made," broke in Colonel Kingston Bruce. "Quite so. I give you carte blanche. Mr. Blunt, search the house from attic to cellar." "Oh, Charles," murmured Mrs. Kingston Bruce tearfully. "Do you think that is wise? The servants won't like it. I'm sure they'll leave. We will search their quarters last," said Tommy soothingly. "The thief is sure to have hidden the gem in the most unlikely place." "I seem to have read something of the kind," agreed the colonel. "Quite so," said Tommy. "You probably remember the case of Rex Bailey, which created a precedent." "Oh, yes," said the colonel, looking puzzled. "Now, the most unlikely place is in the apartments of Mrs. Betts," continued Tommy. "My, wouldn't that be too cute?" said Mrs. Betts admiringly. Without more ado, she took him up to her room, where Tommy once more made use of the special photographic apparatus. Presently Tuppence joined him there. "You have no objection, I hope, Mrs. Betts, to my assistance looking through your wardrobe?" "Why, not at all. Do you need me here any longer?" Tommy assured her that there was no need to detain her, and Mrs. Betts departed. "We might as well go on bluffing it out," said Tommy. "But personally, I don't believe we've a dog's chance of finding the thing. Curse you and your 24-hour stunt, Tuppence." "Listen," said Tuppence. "The servants are all right, I'm sure, but I managed to get something out of the French maid. It seems that when Lady Laura was staying here a year ago, she went out to tea with some friends of the Kingston Bruces, and when she got home a teaspoon fell out of her muff. Everyone thought it must have fallen in by accident, but talking about similar robberies, I got hold of a lot more. Lady Laura is always staying about with people. She hasn't got a bean, I gather, and she's out for comfortable quarters with people to whom a title still means something. It may be a coincidence, or it may be something more, but 5 distinct thefts have taken place whilst she has been staying in various houses. Sometimes trivial things, sometimes valuable jewels. Phew, said Tommy, and gave vent to a prolonged whistle. "Where's the old bird's room?" "Do you know? Just across the passage." "Then I rather think, that we'll just slip across and investigate." The room opposite stood with its door ajar. It was a spacious apartment with white enameled fitments and rose pink curtains. An inner door led to a bathroom. At the door of this appeared a slim, dark girl, very neatly dressed. Tuppence checked the exclamation of astonishment on the girl's lips. "This is Elise, Mr. Blunt," she said primly. "Lady Laura's maid." Tommy stepped across the threshold of the bathroom and approved inwardly its sumptuous and up-to-date fittings. He set to work to dispel the wide stare of suspicion on the French girl's face. "You are busy with your duties, eh? Mademoiselle Elise." "Yes, monsieur. I clean milady's bath." "Well, perhaps you'll help me with some photography instead. I have a special kind of camera here, and I am photographing the interiors of all the rooms in this house." He was interrupted by the communicating door to the bedroom banging suddenly behind him. Elise jumped at the sound. "What did that—" "It must have been the wind," said Tuppence. "We will come into the other room," said Tommy. Elise went to open the door for them, but the doorknob rattled aimlessly. "What's the matter?" said Tommy sharply. "Ah, monsieur, but somebody must have locked it on the other side." She caught up a towel and tried again, but this time the door handle turned easily enough, and the door swung open. "Voilà ce qui est curieux. It must have stuck," said Elise. There was no one in the bedroom. Tommy fetched his apparatus. Tuppence and Elise worked under his orders, but again and again his glance went back to the communicating door. "I wonder," he said between his teeth. "I wonder why that door stuck." He examined it minutely, shutting and opening it. It fitted perfectly. "One picture more," he said with a sigh. "Will you loop back that rose curtain, Mademoiselle Elise? Thank you. Just hold it so." The familiar click occurred. He handed a glass slide to Elise to hold, relinquished the tripod to Tuppence, and carefully readjusted and closed the camera. He made some easy excuse to get rid of Elise. And as soon as she was out of the room, he caught hold of Tuppence and spoke rapidly. "Look here, I've got an idea. Can you hang on here? Search all the rooms. That will take some time. Try and get an interview with the old bird lady Laura, but don't alarm her. Tell her you suspect the parlor maid. But whatever you do, don't let her leave the house. I'm going off in the car. I'll be back as soon as I can." "All right," said Tuppence. "But don't be too cocksure. You've forgotten one thing." "What's that?" "The girl. There's something funny about that girl. Listen, I found out the time she started from the house this morning. It took her 2 hours to get to our office." "That's nonsense. Where did she go before she came to us?" "There's something in that," admitted her husband. "Well, follow up any old clue you like, but don't let Lady Laura leave the house. What's that?" His quick ear had caught a faint rustle outside on the landing. He strode across to the door, but there was no one to be seen. "Well, so long," he said. "I'll be back as soon as I can." Chapter 4. The Affair of the Pink Pearl. Tuppence watched him drive off in the car with a faint misgiving. Tommy was very sure. She herself was not so sure. There were one or two things she did not quite understand. She was still standing by the window, watching the road, when she saw a man leave the shelter of a gateway opposite, cross the road, and ring the bell. In a flash, Tuppence was out of the room and down the stairs. Gladys Hill, the parlor maid, was emerging from the back part of the house. but Tuppence motioned her back authoritatively. Then she went to the front door and opened it. A lanky young man with ill-fitting clothes and eager dark eyes was standing on the step. He hesitated a moment and then said, "Is Miss Kingston Bruce in?" "Will you come inside?" said Tuppence. She stood aside to let him enter, closing the door. "Mr. Rennie, I think," she said sweetly. He shot a quick glance at her. Yes. Will you come in here, please?" She opened the study door. The room was empty, and Tuppence entered it after him, closing the door behind her. He turned on her with a frown. "I want to see Miss Kingston Bruce." "I'm not quite sure that you can," said Tuppence composedly. "Look here, who the devil are you?" said Mr. Rennie rudely. "International Detective Agency," said Tuppence succinctly, and noticed Mr. Rennie's uncontrollable start. "Please sit down, Mr. Rennie," she went on. "To begin with, we know all about Miss Kingston Bruce's visit to you this morning. It was a bold guess, but it succeeded." Perceiving his consternation, Tuppence went on quickly. "The recovery of the pearl is the great thing. Mr. Rennie, no one in this house is anxious for publicity. Can't we come to some arrangement?" The young man looked at her keenly. "I wonder how much you know," he said thoughtfully. "Let me think for a moment." He buried his head in his hands, then asked a most unexpected question. "I say, is it really true that young St. Vincent is engaged to be married?" "Quite true," said Tuppence. "I know the girl." Mr. Rennie suddenly became confidential. "It's been hell," he confided. "They've been asking him here morning, noon, and night chucking Beatrice at his head, all because he'll come into a title some day, if I had my way." "Don't let's talk politics," said Tuppence hastily. "Do you mind telling me, Mr. Rennie, why you think Miss Kingston Bruce took the pearl?" I don't." "You do," said Tuppence calmly. "You wait to see the detective. As you think. Drive off, and the coast clear, and then you come and ask for her. It's obvious. If you'd taken the pearl yourself, you wouldn't be half so upset." "Her manner was so odd," said the young man. "She came this morning and told me about the robbery, explaining that she was on her way to a firm of private detectives. She seemed anxious to say something, and yet not able to get it out." "Well," said Tuppence, "all I want is the pearl. You'd better go and talk to her." But at that moment, Colonel Kingston Bruce opened the door. "Lunch is ready. Miss Robinson, you will lunch with us. I hope the—" Then he stopped and glared at the guest. "Clearly," said Mr. Rennie, "you don't want to ask me to lunch. All right, I'll go." "Come back later," whispered Tuppence. As he passed her, Tuppence followed Colonel Kingston Bruce, still growling into his mustache about the pestilential impudence of some people, into a massive dining room where the family was already assembled. Only one person present was unknown to Tuppence. "This, Lady Laura, is Miss Robinson, who is kindly assisting us." Lady Laura bent her head, and then proceeded to stare at Tuppence through her pince-nez. She was a tall, thin woman, with a sad smile, a gentle voice, and very hard, shrewd eyes. Tuppence returned her stare, and Lady Laura's eyes dropped. After lunch, Lady Laura entered into conversation, with an air of gentle curiosity. "How was the inquiry proceeding?" Tuppence laid suitable stress on the suspicion attaching to the parlor maid. But her mind was not really on Lady Laura. Lady Laura might conceal teaspoons and other articles in her clothing, but Tuppence felt fairly sure that she had not taken the pink pearl. Presently, Tuppence proceeded with her search of the house. Time was going on. There was no sign of Tommy, and, what mattered far more to Tuppence, there was no sign of Mr. Rennie. Suddenly, Tuppence came out of a bedroom and collided with Beatrice Kingston Bruce, who was going downstairs. She was fully dressed for the street. "I'm afraid," said Tuppence, "that you mustn't go out just now." The other girl looked at her haughtily. "Whether I go out or not is no business of yours," she said coldly. "It is my business whether I communicate with the police or not." "Though," said Tuppence. In a minute, the girl had turned ashy pale. You mustn't, I won't go out. But don't do that." She clung to Tuppence beseechingly. "My dear Miss Kingston Bruce," said Tuppence, smiling, "the case has been perfectly clear to me from the start. But she was interrupted. In the stress of her encounter with the girl, Tuppence had not heard the front door bell. Now, to her astonishment, Tommy came bounding up the stairs, and in the hall below, she caught sight of a big burly man in the act of removing a bowler hat. "Detective Inspector Marriott of Scotland Yard," he said with a grin. With a cry, Beatrice Kingston Bruce tore herself from Tuppence's grasp and dashed down the stairs, just as the front door was opened once more to admit Mr. Rennie. "Now you have torn it," said Tuppence bitterly. Said Tommy, hurrying into Lady Laura's room. He passed on into the bathroom and picked up a large cake of soap, which he brought out in his hands. The inspector was just mounting the stairs. "She went quite quietly," he announced. "She's an old hand and knows when the game is up." "What about the pearl?" "I rather fancy," said Tommy, handing him the soap, "that you'll find it in here." The inspector's eyes lit up appreciatively. "An old trick, and a good one. Cut a cake of soap in half, scoop out a place for the jewel, clap it together again, and smooth the join wet over with hot water. A very smart piece of work on your part, sir." Tommy accepted the compliment gracefully. He and Tuppence descended the stairs. Colonel Kingston Bruce rushed at him and shook him warmly by the hand. "My dear sir, I can't thank you enough. Lady Laura wants to thank you also." "I am glad we have given you satisfaction," said Tommy, "but I'm afraid I can't stop. I have a most urgent appointment. Member of the cabinet." He hurried out to the car and jumped in. Tuppence jumped in beside him. "But Tommy," she cried, "haven't they arrested Lady Laura?" "After all—" "Oh," said Tommy, "didn't I tell you? They've not arrested Lady Laura. They've arrested Elise. You see," he went on, as Tuppence sat dumbfounded, "I've often tried to open a door with soap on my hands myself. It can't be done. Your hands slip. So I wondered what Elise could have been doing with the soap to get her hands as soapy as all that. She caught up a towel, you remember, so there were no traces of soap on the handle afterwards. But it occurred to me that if you were a professional thief, it wouldn't be a bad plan to be maid to a lady suspected of kleptomania who stayed about a good deal in different houses. So I managed to get a photo of her as well as of the room, induced her to handle a glass slide, and toddled off to dear old Scotland Yard. Lightning development of negative, successful identification of fingerprints and photo. Elise was a long-lost friend. Useful place, Scotland Yard. And to think, said Tuppence, finding her voice, that those two young idiots were only suspecting each other in that weak way they do it in books. Ish, Dandine. But why didn't you tell me what you were up to when you went off? In the first place, I suspected that Elise was listening on the landing, and in the second place, yes, my learned friend forgets, said Tommy. Thorndyke never tells until the last moment. Besides, Tuppence, you and your pal Janet Smith put one over on me last time. This makes us in square. Chapter 5. The Adventure of the Sinister Stranger. It's been a darn dull day, said Tommy, and yawned widely. Nearly tea time, said Tuppence, and also yawned. Business was not brisk in the International Detective Agency. The eagerly expected letter from the ham merchant had not arrived, and bona fide cases were not forthcoming. Albert, the office boy, entered with a sealed package, which he laid on the table. The mystery of the sealed packet, murmured Tommy. Did it contain the fabulous pearls of the Russian Grand Duchess, or was it an infernal machine destined to blow Blunt's brilliant detectives to pieces? As a matter of fact, said Tuppence, tearing open the package, it's my wedding present to Frances Haviland. Rather nice, isn't it? Tommy took a slender silver cigarette case from her outstretched hand, noted the inscription engraved in her own handwriting, Frances, from Tuppence, opened and shut the case, and nodded approvingly. You do throw your money about, Tuppence, he remarked. I'll have one like it, only in gold, for my birthday next month. Fancy wasting a thing like that on Frances Haviland, who always was and always will be one of the most perfect asses God ever made. You forget I used to drive him about during the war, when he was a general. Ah, those were the good old days. They were, agreed Tommy. Beautiful women used to come and squeeze my hand in hospital, I remember. But I don't send them all wedding presents. I don't believe the bride will care much for this gift of yours. Tuppence. It's nice and slim for the pocket, isn't it? Said Tuppence, disregarding his remarks. Tommy slipped it into his own pocket. Just right, he said, approvingly. Hello, here is Albert, with the afternoon post. Very possibly the Duchess of Perthshire is commissioning us to find her prize peak. They sorted through the letters together. Suddenly, Tommy gave vent to a prolonged whistle and held up one of them in his hand, a blue letter with a Russian stamp on it. Do you remember what the chief said? We were to look out for letters like that. How exciting, said Tuppence. Something has happened at last. Open it and see if the contents are up to schedule. A ham merchant. Wasn't it half a minute? We shall want some milk for tea. They forgot to leave it this morning. I'll send Albert out for it. She returned from the outer office, after dispatching Albert on his errand, to find Tommy holding the blue sheet of paper in his hand. As we thought, Tuppence, he remarked, almost word for word what the chief said. Tuppence took the letter from him and read it. It was couched in careful stilted English, and purported to be from one Gregor Fyodorsky, who was anxious for news of his wife. The International Detective Agency was urged to spare no expense in doing their utmost to trace her. Fyodorsky himself was unable to leave Russia at the moment owing to a crisis in the pork trade. I wonder what it really means, said Tuppence thoughtfully, smoothing out the sheet on the table in front of her. Code of some kind, I suppose, said Tommy. That's not our business. Our business is to hand it over to the chief as soon as possible. Better just verify it. by soaking off the stamp and seeing if the number 16 is underneath. All right, said Tuppence, but I should think. She stopped dead, and Tommy, surprised by her sudden pause, looked up to see a man's burly figure blocking the doorway. The intruder was a man of commanding presence, square-eye built, with a very round head and a powerful jaw. He might have been about 45 years of age. I must beg your pardon, said the stranger, advancing into the room, hat in hand. I found your outer office empty, and this door open, so I ventured to intrude. This is Blunt's International Detective Agency, is it not? Certainly it is. And you are, perhaps, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Theodore Blunt. I am Mr. Blunt. You wish to consult me. This is my secretary, Miss Robinson. Tuppence inclined her head gracefully, but continued to scrutinize the stranger narrowly through her downcast eyelashes. She was wondering how long he had been standing in the doorway, and how much he had seen and heard. It did not escape her observation that even while he was talking to Tommy, his eyes kept coming back to the blue paper in her hand. Tommy's voice, sharp with a warning note, recalled her to the needs of the moment. Miss Robinson, please take notes. Now, sir, will you kindly state the matter on which you wish to have my advice? Tuppence reached for her pad and pencil. The big man began, in rather a harsh voice. My name is Bauer, Dr. Charles Bauer. I live in Hampstead, where I have a practice. I have come to you, Mr. Blunt, because several rather strange occurrences have happened lately. Yes, Dr. Bauer, twice in the course of the last week. I have been summoned by telephone to an urgent case in each case to find that the summons has been a fake. The first time I thought a practical joke had been played upon me, but on my return the second time, I found that some of my private papers had been displaced and disarranged, and I now believe that the same thing had happened the first time. I made an exhaustive search and came to the conclusion that my whole desk had been thoroughly ransacked, and the various papers replaced hurriedly. Dr. Bauer paused and gazed at Tommy. Well, Mr. Blunt? Well, Dr. Bauer, replied the young man, smiling. What do you think of it, eh? Well, first I should like the facts. What do you keep in your desk? My private papers. Exactly. Now, what do those private papers consist of? What value are they to the common thief, or any particular person? To the common thief, I cannot see that they would have any value at all. But my notes on certain obscure alkaloids would be of interest to anyone possessed of technical knowledge on the subject. I have been making a study of such matters for the last few years. These alkaloids are deadly and virulent poisons and are, in addition, almost untraceable. They yield no known reactions. The secret of them would be worth money. Then, to unscrupulous persons, yes. And you suspect whom? The doctor shrugged his massive shoulders. As far as I can tell, the house was not entered forcibly from the outside. That seems to point to some member of my household, and yet I cannot believe. He broke off abruptly, then began again, his face very grave. Mr. Blunt, I must place myself in your hands unreservedly. I dare not go to the police in the matter. Of my 3 servants, I am almost entirely sure. They have served me long and faithfully. Still, one never knows. Then I have living with me my two nephews, Bertram and Henry. Henry is a good boy, a very good boy. He has never caused me any anxiety. An excellent, hard-working young fellow. Bertram, I regret to say, is of quite a different character, wild, extravagant, and persistently idle. I see, said Tommy thoughtfully. You suspect your nephew Bertram of being mixed up in this business. Now I don't agree with you. I suspect the good boy Henry. But why? Tradition. Precedent. Tommy waved his hand airily. In my experience, the suspicious characters are always innocent and vice versa. My dear sir? Yes, decidedly. I suspect Henry. Excuse me, Mr. Blunt? Said Tuppence, interrupting in a deferential voice. Did I understand Dr. Bauer to say that these notes on obscure alkaloids are kept in the desk with the other papers? They are kept in the desk, my dear young lady, but in a secret drawer, the position of which is known only to myself. Hence they have so far defied the search. And what exactly do you want me to do? Dr. Bauer, asked Tommy, do you anticipate that a further search will be made? I do, Mr. Blunt. I have every reason to believe so. This afternoon, I received a telegram from a patient of mine whom I ordered to Bournemouth a few weeks ago. The telegram states that my patient is in a critical condition and begs me to come down at once. Rendered suspicious by the events I have told you of, I myself dispatched a telegram, prepaid, to the patient in question, and elicited the fact that he was in good health and had sent no summons to me of any kind. It occurred to me that if I pretended to have been taken in and duly departed to Bournemouth, we should have a very good chance of finding the miscreants at work. They, or he, will doubtless wait until the household has retired to bed before commencing operations. I suggest that you should meet me outside my house at 11 o'clock this evening, and we will investigate the matter together, hoping, in fact, to catch them in the act. Tommy drummed thoughtfully on the table with a paper knife. Your plan seems to me an excellent one. Dr. Bauer, I cannot see any hitch in it. Let me see. Your address is The Larches, Hangman's Lane. Rather a lonely part, I am afraid, but we command magnificent views over the heath. Quite so, said Tommy. The visitor rose. Then I shall expect you tonight. Mr. Blunt. Outside The Larches at, shall we say, 5 minutes to 11 to be on the safe side. Certainly, 5 minutes to 11. Good afternoon, Dr. Bauer. Tommy rose, pressed the buzzer on his desk, and Albert appeared to show the client out. The doctor walked with a decided limp, but his powerful physique was evident in spite of it. An ugly customer to tackle, murmured Tommy to himself. Well, Tuppence, old girl, what do you think of it? I'll tell you in one word, said Tuppence. Clubfoot. What? I said clubfoot. My study of the classics has not been in vain. Tommy, this thing's a plant. Obscure alkaloids indeed. I never heard a weaker story. Even I did not find it very convincing, admitted her husband. Did you see his eyes on the letter, Tommy? He's one of the gang. They've got wise to the fact that you're not the real Mr. Blunt. and they're out for our blood." "In that case," said Tommy, opening the side cupboard and surveying his rows of books with an affectionate eye, "our role is easy to select. We are the brothers Oakwood, and I am Desmond," he added firmly. Tuppence shrugged her shoulders. "All right, have it your own way. I'd just as soon be Francis." Francis was much the more intelligent of the two. Desmond always gets into a mess, and Francis turns up as the gardener or something in the nick of time and saves the situation. "Ah," said Tommy, "but I shall be a super Desmond when I arrive at the Larches." Tuppence interrupted him unceremoniously. "You're not going to Hampstead tonight. Why not walk into a trap with your eyes shut?" "No, my dear girl, walk into a trap with my eyes open. There's a lot of difference. I think our friend Dr. Bauer will get a little surprise." "I don't like it," said Tuppence. "You know what happens when Desmond disobeys the chief's orders and acts on his own. Our orders were quite clear: to send on the letters at once and to report immediately on anything that happened." "You've not got it quite right," said Tommy. "We were to report immediately if anyone came in and mentioned the number 16. Nobody has." "That's a quibble," said Tuppence. "It's no good. I've got a fancy for playing a lone hand. My dear old Tuppence, I shall be all right. I shall go armed to the teeth. The essence of the whole thing is that I shall be on my guard, and they won't know it. The chief will be patting me on the back for a good night's work." "Well," said Tuppence, "I don't like it. That man's as strong as a gorilla." "Ah," said Tommy, "but think of my blue-nosed automatic." The door of the outer office opened, and Albert appeared, closing the door behind him. He approached them with an envelope in his hand. "A gentleman to see you," said Albert. "When I began the usual stunt of saying you were engaged with Scotland Yard, he told me he knew all about that. Said he came from Scotland Yard himself, and he wrote something on a card and stuck it up in this envelope." Tommy took the envelope and opened it. As he read the card, a grin passed across his face. "The gentleman was amusing himself at your expense by speaking the truth. Albert," he remarked, "show him in." He tossed the card to Tuppence. It bore the name Detective Inspector Dymchurch, and across it was scrawled in pencil, "A friend of Marriott's." In another minute, the Scotland Yard detective was entering the inner office. In appearance, Inspector Dymchurch was of the same type as Inspector Marriott, short and thick-set, with shrewd eyes. "Good afternoon," said the detective breezily. "Marriott's away in South Wales. But before he went, he asked me to keep an eye on you two, and on this place in general. Oh, bless you, sir," he went on, as Tommy seemed about to interrupt him. "We know all about it. It's not our department, and we don't interfere. But somebody's got wise lately to the fact that all is not what it seems. You've had a gentleman here this afternoon. I don't know what he called himself, and I don't know what his real name is, but I know just a little about him, enough to want to know more. Am I right in assuming that he made a date with you for some particular spot this evening?" "Quite right. I thought as much. 16 Westerham Road, Finsbury Park, was that it?" "You're wrong there," said Tommy with a smile. "Dead wrong. The Larches, Hampstead." Dymchurch seemed honestly taken aback. Clearly, he had not expected this. "I don't understand it," he muttered. "It must be a new layout. The Larches, Hampstead. You said, yes, I'm to meet him there at 11 o'clock tonight. Don't you do it, sir." "There," burst from Tuppence. Tommy flushed. If you think, Inspector, he began heatedly, but the inspector raised a soothing hand. I'll tell you what I think, Mr. Blunt. The place you want to be at 11 o'clock tonight is here in this office. What? Cried Tuppence, astonished. Here in this office? Never mind how I know. Departments overlap sometimes, but you got one of those famous blue letters today. Well, what's his name is after that. He lures you up to Hampstead, makes quite sure of your being out of the way, and steps in here at night when all the building is empty and quiet to have a good search round at his leisure. But why should he think the letter would be here? He'd know I should have it on me or else have passed it on. Begging your pardon, sir. That's just what he wouldn't know. He may have tumbled to the fact that you're not the original Mr. Blunt, but he probably thinks that you're a bona fide gentleman who's bought the business. In that case, the letter would be all in the way of regular business and would be filed as such. I see, said Tuppence, and that's just what we've got to let him think. We'll catch him red-handed here tonight. So that's the plan, is it? Yes, it's the chance of a lifetime. Now, let me see. What's the time? 6 o'clock. What time do you usually leave here, sir? About 6? You must seem to leave the place as usual. Actually, we'll sneak back to it as soon as possible. I don't believe they'll come here till about 11, but of course they might. If you'll excuse me, I'll just go and take a look round outside and see if I can make out anyone watching the place. Dymchurch departed, and Tommy began an argument with Tuppence. It lasted some time, and was heated and acrimonious. In the end, Tuppence suddenly capitulated. All right, she said. I give in. I'll go home and sit there like a good little girl whilst you tackle crooks and hobnob with detectives. But you wait, young man. I'll be even with you yet for keeping me out of the fun. Dymchurch returned at that moment. Coast seems clear enough, he said, but you can't tell. Better seem to leave in the usual manner. They won't go on watching the place once you've gone. Tommy called Albert and gave him instructions to lock up. Then the four of them made their way to the garage nearby, where the car was usually left. Tuppence drove, and Albert sat beside her. Tommy and the detective sat behind. Presently, they were held up by a block in the traffic. Tuppence looked over her shoulder and nodded. Tommy and the detective opened the right-hand door and stepped out into the middle of Oxford Street. In a minute or two, Tuppence drove on. Chapter 6. The Adventure of the Sinister Stranger. Better not go in just yet, said Dymchurch as he and Tommy hurried into Haleham Street. You've got the key all right. Tommy nodded. Then what about a bite of dinner? It's early, but there's a little place here right opposite. We'll get a table by the window so that we can watch the place all the time. They had a very welcome little meal, in the manner the detective had suggested. Tommy found Inspector Dymchurch quite an entertaining companion. Most of his official work had lain amongst international spies, and he had tales to tell which astonished his simple listener. They remained in the little restaurant until 8 o'clock, when Dymchurch suggested a move. It's quite dark now, sir, he explained. We shall be able to slip in without anyone being the wiser. It was, as he said, quite dark. They crossed the road, looked quickly up and down the deserted street, and slipped inside the entrance. Then they mounted the stairs, and Tommy inserted his key in the lock of the outer office. Just as he did so, he heard, as he thought, Dymchurch whistle beside him. What are you whistling for? He asked sharply. I didn't whistle, said Dymchurch. very much astonished. "I thought you did." "Well, someone," began Tommy. He got no further. Strong arms seized him from behind, and before he could cry out, a pad of something sweet and sickly was pressed over his mouth and nose. He struggled valiantly, but in vain. The chloroform did its work. His head began to whirl, and the floor heaved up and down in front of him. Choking, he lost consciousness. He came to himself painfully, but in full possession of his faculties. The chloroform had been only a whiff. They had kept him under long enough to force a gag into his mouth and ensure that he did not cry out. When he came to himself, he was half lying, half sitting, propped against the wall in a corner of his own inner office. Two men were busily turning out the contents of the desk and ransacking the cupboards, and as they worked, they cursed freely. "Swelp me, governor," said the taller of the two hoarsely. "We've turned the whole bloody place upside down and inside out. It's not there." "It must be here," snarled the other. "It isn't on him, and there's no other place it can be." As he spoke, he turned, and to Tommy's utter amazement, he saw that the last speaker was none other than Inspector Dimchurch. The latter grinned when he saw Tommy's astonished face. "So, our young friend is awake again," he said, "and a little surprised." "Yes, a little surprised, but it was so simple. We suspect that all is not as it should be with the International Detective Agency. I volunteer to find out if that is so, or not. If the new Mr. Blunt is indeed a spy, he will be suspicious. So I send first my dear old friend Carl Bauer. Carl is told to act suspiciously and pitch an improbable tale. He does so, and then I appear on the scene. I use the name of Inspector Marriott to gain confidence. The rest is easy." He laughed. Tommy was dying to say several things, but the gag in his mouth prevented him. Also, he was dying to do several things, mostly with his hands and feet, but alas, that too had been attended to. He was securely bound. The thing that amazed him most was the astounding change in the man standing over him. As Inspector Dimchurch, the fellow had been a typical Englishman. Now, no one could have mistaken him for a moment for anything but a well-educated foreigner who talked English perfectly without trace of accent. "Coggins, my good friend," said the erstwhile inspector, addressing his ruffianly-looking associate, "take your life-preserver and stand by the prisoner. I am going to remove the gag. You understand, my dear Mr. Blunt, do you not? That is, would be criminally foolish on your part to cry out, but I am sure you do. For your age, you are quite an intelligent lad." Very deftly, he removed the gag and stepped back. Tommy eased his stiff jaws, rolled his tongue round his mouth, swallowed twice, and said nothing at all. "I congratulate you on your restraint," said the other. "You appreciate the position. I see. Have you nothing at all to say?" "What I have to say will keep," said Tommy, "and it won't spoil by waiting." "Ah, what I have to say will not keep. In plain English, Mr. Blunt, where is that letter?" "My dear fellow, I don't know," said Tommy cheerfully. "I haven't got it. But you know that as well as I do. I should go on looking about if I were you. I like to see you and friend Coggins playing hide and seek together." The other's face darkened. "You are pleased to be flippant, Mr. Blunt, you see that square box over there? That is Coggin's little outfit. In it, there is vitriol. Yes, vitriol. And irons that can be heated in the fire so that they are red hot and burn. Tommy shook his head, sadly. An error in diagnosis. He murmured, Tuppence and I labeled this adventure wrong. It's not a clubfoot story. It's a bulldog Drummond. And you are the inimitable Carl Peterson. What is this nonsense you are talking? Snarled the other. Ah, said Tommy. I see you are unacquainted with the classics. A pity. Ignorant fool. Will you do what we want, or will you not? Shall I tell Coggins to get out his tools and begin? Don't be so impatient, said Tommy. Of course I'll do what you want, as soon as you tell me what it is. You don't suppose I want to be carved up like a filleted sole and fried on a gridiron. I loathe being hurt. Dymchurch looked at him in contempt. God, what cowards are these English? Common sense, my dear fellow. Merely common sense. Leave the vitriol alone, and let us come down to brass tacks. I want the letter. I've already told you I haven't got it. We know that we also know who must have it. The girl? Very possibly you're right, said Tommy. She may have slipped it into her handbag when your pal Carl startled us. Oh, you do not deny. That is wise. Very good. You will write to this Tuppence, as you call her, bidding her bring the letter here immediately. I can't do that, began Tommy. The other cut in before he had finished the sentence. Ah, you can't? Well, we shall soon see. Coggins, don't be in such a hurry, said Tommy, and do wait for the end of the sentence. I was going to say that I can't do that unless you untie my arms. Hang it all. I'm not one of those freaks who can write with their noses or their elbows. You are willing to write, then? Of course. Haven't I been telling you so, all along? I'm all out to be pleasant and obliging. You won't do anything unkind to Tuppence. Of course, I'm sure you won't. She's such a nice girl. We only want the letter, said Dymchurch. But there was a singularly unpleasant smile on his face, at a nod from him. The brutal Coggins knelt down and unfastened Tommy's arms. The latter swung them to and fro. That's better, he said cheerfully. Will kind Coggins hand me my fountain pen? It's on the table, I think, with my other miscellaneous property. Scowling, the man brought it to hire and provided a sheet of paper. Be careful what you say. Dymchurch said menacingly, We leave it to you, but failure means death, and slow death at that. In that case, said Tommy, I will certainly do my best. He reflected a minute or two, then began to scribble rapidly. How will this do? He asked, handing over the completed epistle. Dear Tuppence, can you come along at once and bring that blue letter with you? We want to decode it here and now, in haste. Francis. Francis, queried the bogus inspector, with lifted eyebrows. Was that the name she called you? As you weren't at my christening, said Tommy. I don't suppose you can know whether it's my name or not, but I think the cigarette case you took from my pocket is a pretty good proof that I'm speaking the truth. The other stepped over to the table and took up the case. Read, Francis from Tuppence, with a faint grin, and laid it down again. I am glad to find you are behaving so sensibly, he said. Coggins, give that note to Vasily. He is on guard outside. Tell him to take it at once. The next 20 minutes passed slowly. The 10 minutes after that more slowly still. Dymchurch was striding up and down with a face that grew darker and darker. Once he turned menacingly on Tommy. "If you have dared to double-cross us," he growled. "If we'd had a pack of cards here, we might have had a game of piquet to pass the time," drawled Tommy. "Women always keep one waiting. I hope you're not going to be unkind to little Tuppence when she comes." "Oh, no," said Dymchurch. "We shall arrange for you to go to the same place together." "Will you? You swine," said Tommy under his breath. Suddenly, there was a stir in the outer office. A man, whom Tommy had not yet seen, poked his head in and growled something in Russian. "Good," said Dymchurch. "She is coming and coming alone." For a moment, a faint anxiety caught at Tommy's heart. The next minute, he heard Tuppence's voice. "Oh, there you are. Inspector Dymchurch. I've brought the letter. Where is Frances?" With the last words, she came through the door, and Vasily sprang on her from behind, clapping his hand over her mouth. Dymchurch tore the handbag from her grasp and turned over its contents in a frenzied search. Suddenly, he uttered an ejaculation of delight and held up a blue envelope with a Russian stamp on it. Coggins gave a hoarse shout, and just in that minute of triumph, the other door, the door into Tuppence's own office, opened noiselessly, and Inspector Marriott and two men armed with revolvers stepped into the room. With the sharp command, "Hands up!" There was no fight. The others were taken at a hopeless disadvantage. Dymchurch's automatic lay on the table, and the two others were not armed. "A very nice little haul," said Inspector Marriott with approval, as he snapped on the last pair of handcuffs. "And we'll have more as time goes on, I hope." White with rage, Dymchurch glared at Tuppence. "You little devil," he snarled. "It was you put them on to us." "It wasn't all my doing. I ought to have guessed. I admit, when you brought in the number 16 this afternoon. But it was Tommy's note clinched matters. I rang up Inspector Marriott, got Albert to meet him with the duplicate key of the office, and came along myself with the empty blue envelope in my bag. The letter I forwarded according to my instructions as soon as I had parted from you two this afternoon." But one word had caught the other's attention. "Tommy?" he queried. Tommy, who had just been released from his bonds, came towards them. "Well done, Brother Francis," he said to Tuppence, taking both her hands in his, and to Dymchurch. "As I told you, my dear fellow, you really ought to read the classics." Chapter 7. Finessing the King. It was a wet Wednesday in the offices of the International Detective Agency. Tuppence let the Daily Leader fall idly from her hand. "Do you know what I've been thinking?" "Tommy, it's impossible to say," replied her husband. "You think of so many things, and you think of them all at once. I think it's time we went dancing again." Tommy picked up the Daily Leader hastily. "Our advertisement looks well," he remarked, his head on one side. "Blunt's Brilliant Detectives. Do you realize, Tuppence, that you and you alone are Blunt's Brilliant Detectives? There's glory for you. As Humpty Dumpty would say, I was talking about dancing. There's a curious point that I have observed about newspapers. I wonder if you have ever noticed it. Take these 3 copies of the Daily Leader. Can you tell me how they differ one from the other?" Tuppence took them with some curiosity. "It seems fairly easy," she remarked witheringly. "One is today's, one is yesterday's, and one is the day before's. Positively scintillating, my dear Watson. But that was not my meaning. Observe the headline, The Daily Leader. Compare the 3. Does you see any difference between them?" No, I don't, said Tuppence. And what's more, I don't believe there is any. Tommy sighed and brought the tips of his fingers together in the most approved Sherlock Holmes fashion. Exactly. Yet you read the papers as much, in fact, more than I do. But I have observed, and you have not. If you will look at today's Daily Leader, you will see that in the middle of the downstroke of the D is a small white dot, and there is another in the L of the same word. But in yesterday's paper, the white dot is not in Daily at all. There are two white dots in the L of Leader. That of the day before, again, has two dots in the D of Daily. In fact, the dot or dots are in a different position every day. Why? Asked Tuppence. That's a journalistic secret, meaning you don't know and can't guess. I will merely say this. The practice is common to all newspapers. Aren't you clever? Said Tuppence. Especially at drawing red herrings across the track. Let's go back to what we were talking about before. What were we talking about? The 3 Arts Ball. Tommy groaned. No, Tuppence. Not the 3 Arts Ball. I'm not young enough. I assure you I'm not young enough. When I was a nice young girl, said Tuppence, I was brought up to believe that men, especially husbands, were dissipated beings, fond of drinking and dancing and staying up late at night. It took an exceptionally beautiful and clever wife to keep them at home. Another illusion gone, all the wives I know are hankering to go out and dance, and weeping because their husbands will wear bedroom slippers and go to bed at 9:30. And you do dance so nicely, Tommy dear. Gently with the butter, Tuppence. As a matter of fact, said Tuppence, it's not purely for pleasure that I want to go. I'm intrigued by this advertisement. She picked up the Daily Leader again and read it out. I should go 3 hearts, 12 tricks, ace of spades, necessary to finesse the king. Rather an expensive way of learning bridge, was Tommy's comment. Don't be an ass. That's nothing to do with bridge. You see, I was lunching with a girl yesterday at the Ace of Spades. It's a queer little underground den in Chelsea, and she told me that it's quite the fashion at these big shows to trundle round there in the course of the evening for bacon and eggs and Welsh rabbits bohemian sort of stuff. It's got screened-off booths all round it. Pretty hot place, I should say. And your idea is 3 hearts stands for the 3 Arts Ball tomorrow night. 12 tricks is 12 o'clock. And the Ace of Spades is the Ace of Spades. And what about its being necessary to finesse the king? Well, that's what I thought we'd find out. I shouldn't wonder if you weren't right. Tuppence, said Tommy magnanimously, but I don't quite see why you want to butt in upon other people's love affairs. I shan't butt in. What I'm proposing is an interesting experiment in detective work. We need practice. Business is certainly not too brisk, agreed Tommy. All the same, Tuppence, what you want is to go to the 3 Arts Ball and dance talk of red herrings. Tuppence laughed shamelessly. Be a sport. Tommy, try and forget you're 32 and have got 1 gray hair in your left eyebrow. I was always weak where women were concerned, murmured her husband. Have I got to make an ass of myself in fancy dress? Of course, but you can leave that to me. I've got a splendid idea. Tommy looked at her with some misgiving. He was always profoundly mistrustful of Tuppence's brilliant ideas. When he returned to the flat on the following evening, Tuppence came flying out of her bedroom to meet him. It's come, she announced. What's come? The costume. Come and look at it. Tommy followed her. Spread out on the bed was a complete fireman's kit with shining helmet. "Good God!" groaned Tommy. "Have I joined the Wembley Fire Brigade?" "Guess again," said Tuppence. "You haven't caught the idea yet. Use your little gray cells. Mon ami, scintillate. Watson, be a bull that has been more than 10 minutes in the arena." "Wait a minute," said Tommy. "I begin to see. There is a dark purpose in this. What are you going to wear? Tuppence? An old suit of your clothes, an American hat, and some horn spectacles." "Crude," said Tommy, "but I catch the idea. McCarty incog, and I am Reardon. That's it. I thought we ought to practice American detective methods as well as English ones. Just for once, I am going to be the star, and you will be the humble assistant. Don't forget," said Tommy warningly, "that it's always an innocent remark by the simple Denny that puts McCarty on the right track." But Tuppence only laughed. She was in high spirits. It was a most successful evening. The crowds, the music, the fantastic dresses, everything conspired to make the young couple enjoy themselves. Tommy forgot his role of the bored husband dragged out against his will. At 10 minutes to 12, they drove off in the car to the famous or infamous Ace of Spades. As Tuppence had said, it was an underground den, mean and tawdry in appearance, but it was nevertheless crowded with couples in fancy dress. There were closed-in booths round the walls, and Tommy and Tuppence secured one of these. They left the doors purposely a little ajar so that they could see what was going on outside. "I wonder which they are, our people, I mean," said Tuppence. "What about that Columbine over there with the red Mephistopheles? I fancy the wicked Mandarin, and the lady who calls herself a battleship more of a fast cruiser, I should say." "Isn't he witty?" said Tuppence. "All done on a little drop of drink. Who's this coming in? Dressed as the Queen of Hearts, rather a good get-up. That—" The girl in question passed into the booth. Next to them, accompanied by her escort, who was the gentleman dressed in newspaper from Alice in Wonderland. They were both wearing masks. It seemed to be rather a common custom at the Ace of Spades. "I'm sure we're in a real den of iniquity," said Tuppence with a pleased face. "Scandals all round us. What a row everyone makes." A cry, as of protest, rang out from the booth next door and was covered by a man's loud laugh. Everybody was laughing and singing. The shrill voices of the girls rose above the booming of their male escorts. "What about that shepherdess?" demanded Tommy. "The one with the comic Frenchman. They might be our little lot." "Anyone might be," confessed Tuppence. "I'm not going to bother. The great thing is that we are enjoying ourselves." "I could have enjoyed myself better in another costume," grumbled Tommy. "You've no idea the heat of this one." "Cheer up," said Tuppence. "You look lovely." "I'm glad of that," said Tommy. "It's more than you do. You're the funniest little guy I've ever seen. Will you keep a civil tongue in your head, Denny, my boy? Hello. The gentleman in newspaper is leaving his lady alone. Where's he going? Do you think going to hurry up the drinks, I expect?" said Tommy. "I wouldn't mind doing the same thing." "He's a long time doing it," said Tuppence. When 4 or 5 minutes had passed, "Tommy, would you think me an awful ass?" She paused. Suddenly she jumped up. "Call me an ass if you like. I'm going in next door." "Look here, Tuppence, you can't— I've a feeling there's something wrong. I know there is. Don't try and stop me." She passed quickly out of their own booth, and Tommy followed her. The doors of the one next door were closed. Tuppence pushed them apart and went in, Tommy on her heels. The girl dressed as the Queen of Hearts sat in the corner, leaning up against the wall in a queer, huddled position. Her eyes regarded them steadily through her mask, but she did not move. Her dress was carried out in a bold design of red and white, but on the left side of the pattern seemed to have got mixed. There was more red than should have been. With a cry, Tuppence hurried forward. At the same time, Tommy saw what she had seen, the hilt of a jeweled dagger just below the heart. Tuppence dropped on her knees by the girl's side. "Quick, Tommy, she's still alive. Get hold of the manager and make him get a doctor at once." "Right. Mind you don't touch the handle of that dagger." "I'll be careful. Go quickly." Tommy hurried out, pulling the doors to behind him. Tuppence passed her arm around the girl. The latter made a faint gesture, and Tuppence realized that she wanted to get rid of the mask. Tuppence unfastened it gently. She saw a fresh flower-like face and wide, starry eyes that were full of horror, suffering, and a kind of dazed bewilderment. "My dear," said Tuppence, very gently, "can you speak at all? Will you tell me, if you can, who did this?" She felt the eyes fix themselves on her face. The girl was sighing, the deep palpitating sighs of a failing heart, and still she looked steadily at Tuppence. Then her lips parted. "Bingo did it," she said in a strained whisper. Then her hands relaxed, and she seemed to nestle down on Tuppence's shoulder. Tommy came in, 2 men with him. The bigger of the 2 came forward with an air of authority, the word "doctor" written all over him. Tuppence relinquished her burden. "She's dead, I'm afraid," she said with a catch in her voice. The doctor made a swift examination. "Yes," he said, "nothing to be done. We had better leave things as they are till the police come." "How did the thing happen?" Tuppence explained rather haltingly, slurring over her reasons for entering the booth. "It's a curious business," said the doctor. "You heard nothing." "I heard her give a kind of cry, but then the man laughed. Naturally, I didn't think." "Naturally not," agreed the doctor. "And the man wore a mask, you say. You wouldn't recognize him." "I'm afraid not. Would you, Tommy?" "No. Still there is his costume. The first thing will be to identify this poor lady," said the doctor. "After that, well, I suppose the police will get down to things pretty quickly. It ought not to be a difficult case. Ah, here they come." Chapter 8. The Witness Who Forgot Herself. You're sipping coffee at Blunt's International Detective Agency when the knock comes. 3 raps. Sharp. Not the kind that asks, the kind that interrupts. Tuppence opens the door. She doesn't even get a word out. The woman stumbles in, mid-30s, pale, coat 2 sizes too large, eyes frantic like they've forgotten where the ground is. She looks straight at you and says, "You told me to come if I started remembering the man with 2 clocks. You and Tuppence freeze because you've never seen this woman before." She collapses into the chair. "3 nights ago," she whispers, "I was fine. Then I woke up with your business card in my shoe and a phone number carved into my skin." She rolls up her sleeve, a faint string of numbers. Burned in, not tattooed. Tuppence steps forward. Gently, "What's your name?" The woman opens her mouth, then closes it. Twice. I don't know anymore. She starts crying. You offer water, sugar, warmth. She flinches at her reflection in the window. I keep seeing rooms that aren't mine. A man with a watch in each hand, and then someone whispering. Let her remember just enough to beg for help. Tuppence exhales. Your eyes meet. You both know this isn't one of those stories you read in the paper. This is one someone paid a lot of money to erase. You scan the woman's coat. Inside, sewn into the lining, you find a tag, not a brand name, a barcode, and a date 5/5/1915. The Lusitania, the same date as Jane Finn's disappearance. Tuppence mouths it silently. This woman isn't lost. She was delivered. You try calling Carter. Line dead. You try tracing the barcode. Nothing in any database. Then you try one last thing. You search your case logs, and that's when your blood turns to ice. The woman's face appears. She was your client 2 months ago. She hired you. She paid in cash, but neither of you remembers it. You close the file. You look at her, and you whisper, I think someone's using you to erase us. Chapter 9. Memory is a weapon. You don't sleep. You and Tuppence take turns watching her, the woman with no name and someone else's fear. She mutters in her sleep, sometimes in French. Once, in a voice that isn't hers. You record it. Playback reveals nothing. Only static. Tuppence goes digging. Old invoices. Photographic logs. Phone records. Some pages are missing dates. Others have blacked out entries. But the strangest, the drawers in your filing cabinet, the physical ones, don't match the digital index anymore. Files you remember writing are no longer in your handwriting. She finds it while combing through the incomplete drawer. An unopened file, still sealed, on the label Client Prudence Cowley, open May 21st. That's Tuppence's full name. She opens it. Inside, one photograph, one sheet of paper, the photo Tuppence. In the Blunt Agency office. Date stamped. Next week. The paper a form with handwriting not her own. Subject reports full memory compatibility. Phase 4 authorized. Excision window, 5 to 7 days post-trigger. She doesn't breathe. She looks at you and says, Tommy, I think they're planning to delete me. You grab the form, run spectral ink analysis. Invisible beneath the form is another name, Jane Finn. Scratched out. Replaced. Whoever ran the memory game used the same format for Jane. And now for Tuppence. You review the guest log from 2 days ago. You find something else. Visitor. Mrs. Edith Kevel. Purpose. Follow-up memory. Stabilization. Logged by. You. But you never spoke to her. You don't remember the visit. And Cavell. She died in 1915. You check the CCTV from that day. You're there, talking to someone off camera. Smiling. Tuppence walks past. Yishaika doesn't even blink. You pause the video, and you whisper, we're not running the agency anymore. She replies, then who is? That night, you wake to screaming. The woman. But when you reach her cot, it's empty. Only the barcode sewn in her coat remains, curled on the pillow like a shed skin, and scrawled across the mirror in ash. Remember me before they make you forget me again. Chapter 10. Tommy, interrupted. It starts with a phone call. You're still holding the woman's barcode when the line rings. Tommy answers, one word spoken on the other end. He stiffens, walks out the door, never says where. You wait 5 minutes. Di galandais. Then 10. Then you check the hallway. He's gone. And the lift stuck between floors as if it stopped, but never let anyone out. The next morning, a package arrives. Brown envelope, unmarked. No postage. Inside 3 photographs. All of you. In the office, in the alley behind St. James's, and one at a window, except you don't remember being there. And in the reflection behind you, Tommy, watching, expressionless. There's a note taped to the back. Phase 5. Split protocol approved. You try to laugh. It catches in your throat. You call Carter. Line dead again. You call Inspector Marriott. He answers, but sounds off. Stiff. Scripted. I'm sorry, Miss Cowley, but Mr. Beresford passed away 2 years ago. You hang up. You call again. This time, no such number. You search the office. Every drawer. The Tommy files are missing. Worse, your joint bank account no longer exists. His handwriting on the door has faded. The typewriter ribbon only types your name. It's like he was never here. You check your journal. You write Tommy 10 times. The ink disappears each time. That night, you return home. The flat looks the same almost, but the chair he always used, empty. Undisturbed. You sit. You whisper his name. Then the door opens. Tommy steps in. What? It's not your Tommy. Same face. Same smile. But when he says hello, darling, your skin crawls. Because the cadence is off, and he's wearing a watch. On each wrist, Chapter 11, The Woman at the Door. Said she was me. The bell rings at 9:17 a.m. You're still recovering from last night, still not believing what Tommy or that version of him said before vanishing into your kitchen and locking the door behind him. You found no one inside, just a teacup on the counter, and a second reflection in the glass of the kettle. The bell rings again, sharper this time. You open the door and stop breathing. She's you. Same eyes, same voice, same necklace with the chip in the left corner. Prudence Cowley, she says, coolly, I believe we have a mutual identity issue. You don't speak. You can't, because you realize something chilling. She's not copying you. She knows things you never told anyone. She walks in like she's done it 1,000 times. Head straight for the tea drawer. I always liked the peppermint blend, she says. Before they changed it, after, well, we had to forget certain tastes. You stare. Then snap. Who are you? She smiles. The version that was supposed to replace you. But you're more persistent than they expected. She tosses a file onto your desk. It's your employment record, but the signature isn't yours. It's hers. Stamped, dated, filed with Ministry of Reconstruction. Identity Division. You didn't even know such a ministry existed. Then she shows you the card. Government ID. Holographic. Name Cowley. Prudence Margaret. Designation Level 3. Clone reinstatement status active. You grab the letter opener, point it at her, but she just laughs. Relax. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to give you a choice. She hands you a slip of paper. It's blank, until heat from your hand warms the surface. Then the words appear. Tomorrow, 3:33 p.m. Menemos Lab, South Annex. One truth left. You can have it, but only if you agree to let go of your version. She walks to the door, then turns back. Just ask yourself this. Tuppence, if they erased the man you loved from everyone's memory but yours, would you still fight for him or let yourself be rewritten too? Then she's gone. You look at the note, then at your trembling hand. You don't know if it's fear, fury, or the slow realization that you're starting to remember things you never lived. Chapter 12. Letters from the Basement. You don't sleep again. You don't even sit. You pace the apartment like a prisoner in your own timeline. Every time you close your eyes, her face comes back. The other you, the version that didn't flinch when you held the knife, because she already knew you wouldn't use it. Because maybe, deep down, she was right. You're not a killer. You're not even sure you're real anymore. You're poring over case logs when a book falls from the shelf. No wind, no earthquake, no cat, just a single, heavy thud. You bend to pick it up. And see it. A folded piece of paper, tucked behind the spine. You unfold it, recognize the handwriting instantly. Tommy's. At least, you want to believe it is. It smells like him. That strange mix of lemon tobacco and chalkboard. But the ink is wrong. Darker. Pressed too hard. Like it was written by someone trying too hard to be familiar. You read, if you found this, they haven't replaced you yet. I don't know how long I've been here. I hear scraping above me. Voices that sound like mine. They ask questions I used to ask you. They told me you were gone. Then they showed me you, laughing, holding someone else's hand. I know it's not real, but it hurts like it is. Listen, if you get close to me, don't trust me. Not at first. Not until I say the word grenadine. It's the only memory they couldn't erase. Because it was a mistake, our first fight. Remember, if I forget that, I'm not me anymore. If I scream, don't flinch. If I beg, don't listen. If I tell you to run, don't burn this. You don't. You read it 3 more times. Each word sinking in like a scar. Then you fold it, slip it under your blouse. Because even if it's a trap, even if he's already gone, you're going to find him. You head to the agency. It's darker than you remember. Smells off, like bleach and old smoke. You turn the light on, it flickers, and for a split second, you see him, standing by the window, looking at you. Then he vanishes. But he left something behind, a single playing card on your desk, the Queen of Hearts. Burned at the corner, and a message etched with a pin along the edge. She knows everything, and she remembers too much. You know who it means. The woman with your face, the one who offered the deal, the one waiting at the Nemos lab tomorrow at 3:33. You set the clock and whisper to the empty room, I'm coming, Tommy. One version of me, or another. Chapter 13. The room where they kept my name. You slip through the Nemos lab at 3:31. 2 minutes early. Not that it matters. No guards, no alarms. Just motionless halls that hum like a sleeping throat. Everything here is too clean, too organized, like memory itself has been pressed, filed, and locked in a cabinet no one dares reopen. The room you're looking for finds you. Room 42. No name on the plaque. Only a rotating symbol. 2 interlocked question marks mirrored. You hesitate, then press your thumb to the scanner. It shouldn't work, but it does. The door hisses, inside dim lights. Shelves, stacked high with memory capsules. They glow faint blue, like fireflies under ice. A single terminal awaits in the center. It already knows your name. Welcome back, Miss Margaret Black. You freeze. That's not your name. At least, not now. But something inside you clicks. That name. It doesn't feel wrong. It feels buried. You access the file. Video begins. A room, cold, gray, surgical. Tommy, chained. He's not screaming, not panicked, just quiet. He's staring at the lens, as if he knows you'll watch this. He says, if this is the Tuppence I remember, the one who wore mismatched socks and told me grenadine was for cowards, then listen. They didn't erase us. They split us. Layered memory, redundancy protocols. But they couldn't overwrite love. So they buried it in aliases. Your real name, the one you gave me before all this, wasn't Tuppence. He leans in. It was Margaret. Margaret Black. You stagger back. Es Aisha Astaides. And avant. Your knees go weak, because now you remember the whispers. The letters signed M. B. The photo you burned as a girl without knowing why. They weren't dreams. They were roots. The terminal blinks. One last message appears. Reconstruction complete. Subject identity, reintegration phase ready. You look at the prompt. Accept. Restore full memory. Reject. Retain Tuppence protocol. You hear footsteps behind you. You turn. It's the other Tuppence. She looks afraid, but not of you, of what happens if you remember. She says, please, don't. We're not meant to be whole. You put your hand on the keyboard and whisper. Then let's find out what we were before they broke us. Chapter 14. When two truths conflict. The reintegration burns like acid. You don't scream. You just vanish from the inside out. You remember faces, places, a city that doesn't exist on maps. A man with Tommy's smile, but darker, sharper, cruel in the way only someone who once loved you could be. His name wasn't always Tommy. In your first life, you called him Daniel. You hated that name. He loved that you hated it. He gave you Tuppence as a joke for your thoughts. He said, because I never know what you're thinking. You gave him Tommy because Daniel died the day you turned him in. Yes, you turned him in. You remember now. He was a double agent. The real kind. Not in pretend cases with monocles and code words, but in back rooms where decisions erased entire histories. He built the Nemesis Lab. He helped design the split memory protocol. And when you found out, you testified against him. But that wasn't the end. You loved him still, so you made a deal. Erase me. You told them. Split the memory. Let me live inside the fiction. They agreed. 2 lives, 2 selves. 1 Margaret Black, the traitor hunter, 2 Tuppence Cowley, the light-hearted detective with a teacup in one hand and adventure in the other. And now they were both awake. Inside you, the other Tuppence stares across the room. Touch. She's pale, real, broken. She says, if you remember everything, then you remember what he said when you betrayed him. You nod, whisper. He said, if I survive, I'll build a world so convincing you'll beg to stay in it. She starts to cry. But you don't, because you finally understand. Tommy didn't just survive. He rebuilt the agency. The fake cases, the fake clients, all of it a simulation of safety. For you, so you'd never wake up again. But now, you're awake. And somewhere out there, so is he. Not your Tommy, not your Daniel, but the version of him who still thinks he can win. You pull on your coat. Turn to the door. The other Tuppence says, what will you do if you find him? You answer, I'll ask him one question. Did you build all this to keep me safe or to keep me from remembering what you did? Chapter 15. Everything you remember is a lie. You follow the signal to the outskirts of Croydon. It's not on any current map, but your reintegrated memory knows the route like breath. A dead road, a forgotten checkpoint, a bunker disguised as a telephone exchange, inside silence. so. Dust clings to paper like regret. You find the console, an analog recorder, cracked monitor, the logo on the side, Project Witness, Memory Stream Archival Node 9. You boot the system. It sputters, then hums like waking up in pain. Files begin to load, one by one, each labeled by names you once knew. Some are aliases, some are yours. Then comes the corrupted one, a blinking red folder. Operator black, restricted fragment. You open it. A video plays, flickering. The face on the screen familiar. Not quite Tommy, not quite Daniel. Someone in between. He's chained, sweating, bleeding, but he smiles. If you're watching this, they didn't delete the memory, just buried it deep enough you doubt yourself forever. He leans forward. Do you remember the Geneva apartment? The snow that never touched the windows. You said, if we ever forgot who we were, we'd meet there again. So here's what you forgot. I wanted to be caught. Because only inside their system could I find the real memory vault. And you, my dear, you are the only one who can open it. He pauses, looks straight into the camera. His voice changes deeper, colder. But know this, some of your memories weren't erased. They were planted to keep you angry, to keep you sharp. Because only a betrayed woman fights hard enough to get here. Everything you remember about me might be a lie. And every time you chose to forget, that was the only honest part of you. The screen flickers. Then shows you, alone in a white room, some screaming, repeatedly choosing the same answer. Erase Daniel. Keep Tuppence. Erase Daniel. Keep Tuppence. Over and over. You back away, hands shaking, mouth dry, your reflection in the glass, half lit, half lost. You whisper, if I chose to forget him, again and again, why do I still feel like I love him? Then you hear it, a voice in the bunker. Low, raspy, a whisper, because love doesn't ask permission. You spin around, gun drawn, but there's no one there, just a mirror, and written across it in steam, Croydon was the first memory, but not the last. You leave the bunker, and for the first time in your life, you're not sure which memories are yours, and which ones were built to make you dangerous. But one thing's clear, someone wants you to go back to Geneva, and if that's where the truth started, then it's also where it ends. Chapter 16. Operation Finn. Redux, the Alps look calm. Geneva sits beneath them like a city trying to forget it once played God. You arrive under the name Margaret Black. No one questions your passport because this place, Vault Finn, was designed for people who should have never existed on paper anyway. The facility is underground, cold, steel veins running through stone. No windows, no clocks, because memory doesn't need time, only access. You use the old code, the one you recovered from the cracked card in Tommy's coat, FYNNR3D UX333. It works. A door opens. And just like that, you're inside the room where your life was stolen. Banks of monitors, vats, filled with nutrient solution, and neurally blank clones waiting for download. But it's not the bodies that stop you. It's the files. One labeled Operation Finn, Master Archive Status Dormant, awaiting trigger from, and under it, Subject, Thomas Beresford, Clone ID, 33FN, Status Active. Location Vault Room 4. Merge pending. You don't want to believe it, but your heart does. You rush to Vault 4, and there he is. Tommy, asleep inside the fluid tank. Not aging, not breathing, waiting, wires in his skull. Memories drifting behind his eyelids like forgotten dreams. The panel flashes a prompt, merge authorized. Do you wish to proceed? And under it, fine print. This merge will overwrite all known variations. Subject will regain pre-split core identity. You hesitate because this Tommy isn't the one you remember loving. I trust and always. Not the one you betrayed. Not the one who whispered grenadine like a promise in a burning room. This one might remember everything. And suddenly, you're not alone. A technician steps forward, pale, artificially calm. She says he was the first, the only one who didn't fracture during the trial merges. He survived every layer because his anchor was you. But if you restore him, you'll lose whatever part of him you've been keeping safe. You whisper, what do you mean? She replies, love isn't stored. It's chosen. If you wake him, he'll have to choose again. You stare at the panel. The word merge blinks so. You touch the glass of the tank. His fingers twitch. His eyes move beneath the lids. And for a second, just a second, you hear it again. From inside the tank, grenadine. You close your eyes and press enter. Chapter 17. Jane Finn remembers everything. His eyes open. You say nothing. Let the silence measure the space between what you hoped and what he remembers. He blinks, focuses. Margaret Black, your heart stops. Not Tuppence, not darling, not even confusion. Recognition, but of the wrong self. You nod slowly. Tommy, he frowns. You're under arrest. The guards come quick. Ishaiki. Not real ones vault constructs. Digitally enforced agents with legal voices and plastic smiles. They cuff you. Recite charges you didn't know existed. Identity corruption. High-level data leakage. Memory breach of sealed subject T3FNB. Tommy doesn't flinch. Doesn't blink. Just stares as they drag you down the corridor. As if watching a stranger. They lock you in Vault Interrogation Room C. No windows. No shadows. Just a chair, a table, and a voice over the speaker. But it's not synthetic. Not male. It's hers. Hello, Tuppence, or Margaret, or whatever pieces are left of you. You freeze because that voice doesn't belong here. My name, she says, is Jane Finn, and I am the last uncorrupted memory in the system. You whisper, Jane Finn is dead. She was, the voice replies, until I found the root files. The first ones, before Mnemos, before the agency, before you betrayed Daniel. The room shifts. The lights flicker. Walls go translucent. Suddenly you see her. Not a girl anymore. Not the lost courier from the first war. Jane Finn alive. Rebuilt. Preserved, but scarred. An older version. Fragmented but lucid. They used me. She says, split my mind to test the protocol. Turned my memories into templates for agents like you. You and Tommy, you were based on me. Your breath catches. Chum, because you remember now. You were told to protect the name. You didn't know it meant become it. She leans closer to the glass wall. They'll wipe me soon. Your merge triggered the failsafe. But if you get out, if you find the Black Vault in Prague, you'll find the first version of yourself. Before the cover names. Before the rewrites. Before you ever met Daniel. The lights cut. She vanishes. Door opens. And standing in front of you, Tommy, gun in hand, still silent. You look him in the eyes and say, do you remember Grenadine? He doesn't blink, doesn't move. But the hand holding the gun trembles just slightly. Then he whispers, "I hate the taste of it," and walks away, leaving the gun behind. Chapter 18. The Prague Vault and the Woman I Never Was. The plane lands in snow. Prague gleams under layers of ice and silence. You don't check into a hotel. You don't call for backup, because there's no one left to trust. Just coordinates, burned into your memory by Jane Finn's last broadcast, Cherna Brana. Below Old Town. Tell the stones you forgot your name. You reach the alley. Speak the phrase. A panel opens in the cobblestone wall. Leads you downstairs, older than any war, deeper than most lies. At the bottom, a vault door. Black and silent. No keypad, just a mirror. You look into it, and it speaks in your voice. You are not authorized. Not yet, you whisper. But I'm still her. The door slides open. Inside, cold light. A terminal. Ancient but awake. On the screen, welcome. Agent Black. You input nothing. It already knows you. Retrieving original profile. Unsealing Preemnemo's narrative. One memory available. Caution. Overwrite risk imminent. Then the screen shifts. A video. Grainy. A woman appears. You, but not Tuppence. Not Margaret. Someone harder, colder, eyes hollowed by too much remembering. Chingchai. She speaks. If you're watching this, one of us broke the loop. We were designed to forget after every iteration, to burn the truth before it burns us. But I failed. Or you did. It doesn't matter anymore. Here's what you need to understand. There was never a real Tommy. He was a mnemonic construct, a container for control. You chose his face. You gave him a name. And every time he loved you, it was because you programmed him to. The betrayal wasn't that he turned on you. The betrayal is that you built him to never be able to leave. You stagger back. Blood drains from your hands. The screen blinks again. Do you want to restore original self-agent null? Buy in. Then the door creaks behind you. You spin, gun raised, and standing there is her, the woman from the screen. Your face. Older, still alive. She says, I came back to stop you because one of us has to let go. And I already know I won't. You lower your gun. She doesn't. She says one last thing. Knowing the truth won't save you. Only forgetting ever did. Then she pulls the trigger. You wake up on the floor, bleeding, alive. The screen is shattered, but the drive is intact. Inside your coat, the truth survived, even if you didn't fully, and in the silence, you realize you're the last version now. There's no more forgetting, no more Tommy, only you, and the world you once created now yours to burn or rebuild. Chapter 19. The memory that refused to die. The Prague station is cold. You sit on a bench, bleeding through a makeshift wrap. The drive in your pocket feels like it weighs 1,000 truths. No footsteps, no announcement. Then a shadow. He sits next to you, calm, still, no words at first, just presence. Tommy, but different. La macho, sharper around the edges. No smile, no warmth, just clarity. He turns to you. I found the other vault, the one in Zurich, with the original build of me. Not the copy, not the shell. The version of me before you reprogrammed me to love you. You stay silent because this part hurts more than the bullet in your ribs. You didn't mean to do it, he says. I know that now. But every time you reset me, you erased a little more of who I was and a little more of who you were. You whisper, "Do you remember grenadine?" He nods. "I remember hating it, but drinking it because you liked it, even though I didn't know why you liked it anymore." He looks out the window. The train is arriving. Slow, reluctant. "I don't hate you, Tuppence. I just can't carry the version of me you wanted. I want to start clean. No constructs, no codes, no scripts." You hand him the drive. He stares at it, doesn't take it. You say, "It's not just your memory. It's mine. And Jane Finn's. And every version they used and buried. If we destroy it, we kill all of them again." He finally looks at you, eyes softer now. "Then don't destroy it. But don't follow me either. Let me remember wrong. Let me build something real from that." The train doors hiss open. He stands, pauses, reaches into his coat, hands you something. A coin. Old. Worn. One side scratched with an X. He says, "First time we met, you flipped this to see if you'd trust me. Now I'm giving it back." He boards the train, doesn't look back. You sit there, alone, just you, and a coin, and a memory that refuses to die. You flip it. It lands. X side up. You smile, maybe for the last time. And you whisper, "Heads, I chase him. Tails, I rebuild." Then you rise and walk into the fog. Chapter 20. The archive is never silent. London fog never forgets. It just folds the past into the mist like a secret you're not supposed to read. The old house on Blenheim Street used to be a safe house, then a hiding place. Now it's a library. No signs, no names, just a single brass plaque that reads, "Archive for those who remember too much." You sit behind the desk, tea cold, windows dusty, but it doesn't matter. Because every book on the shelf, every photo, every redacted file that's slowly unredacted, it all matters again. Not because it's weaponized, but because someone finally kept it. Sometimes people come lost, broken, not knowing what they're looking for. Sometimes they leave in tears, sometimes in silence, but always lighter. One afternoon, she comes, a girl, maybe 9, fierce eyes, no parents, just a single worn envelope. She places it on the desk, says nothing. You open it. Inside a coin, scratched X, grenadine-stained edge. East Kai. You freeze. She asks, "Are you the woman who saved memories?" You look at her, and for a moment, you see all the lives you lived reflected in her eyes. You smile. "No, love, I'm the woman who finally let them live." She takes a seat, and for the first time in years, you begin to tell the story. Not the sanitized version, not the heroic one, the real one, of betrayal, of loops, of grenadine, of a love that kept resetting itself and never gave up. Because some memories are too dangerous to forget. And some are too beautiful to hide. Chapter 21. The Red House. "Well," said Tommy, looking out of the window of the Crown and Anchor, "here we are at Toad in the Hole, or whatever this blasted village is called. Let us review the case," said Tuppence. "By all means," said Tommy. "To begin with, getting my say in first. I suspect the invalid mother. Why? My dear Tuppence, grant that this poltergeist business is all a put-up job, got up in order to persuade the girl to sell the house. Someone must have thrown the things about. Now the girl said everyone was at dinner, but if the mother is a thoroughgoing invalid, she'd be upstairs in her room. If she was an invalid, She could hardly throw furniture about. Ah, but she wouldn't be a real invalid. She'd be shamming. Why, there you have me, confessed her husband. I was really going on the well-known principle of suspecting the most unlikely person. You always make fun of everything, said Tuppence severely. There must be something that makes these people so anxious to get hold of the house. And if you don't care about getting to the bottom of this matter, I do. I like that girl. She's a dear. Tommy nodded seriously enough. I quite agree, but I never can resist ragging you. Tuppence, of course there's something queer about the house, and whatever it is, it's something that's difficult to get at. Otherwise, a mere burglary would do the trick. But to be willing to buy the house means either that you've got to take up floors or pull down walls, or else that there's a coal mine under the back garden. I don't want it to be a coal mine. Buried treasure is much more romantic. Said Tommy. In that case, I think that I shall pay a visit to the local bank manager. Explain that I am staying here over Christmas and probably buying the red house, and discuss the question of opening an account. But why? Wait and see. Tommy returned at the end of half an hour. His eyes were twinkling. We advance, Tuppence. Our interview proceeded on the lines indicated. I then asked casually whether he had had much gold paid in, as is often the case nowadays in these small country banks, small farmers who hoarded it during the war. You understand. From that we proceeded quite naturally to the extraordinary vagaries of old ladies. I invented an aunt who, on the outbreak of the war, drove to the Army and Navy stores in a four-wheeler and returned with 16 hams. He immediately mentioned a client of his own who had insisted on drawing out every penny of money she had in gold as far as possible, and who also insisted on having her securities, bearer bonds and such things, given into her own custody. I exclaimed on such an act of folly, and he mentioned casually that she was the former owner of the Red House. You see, Tuppence, she drew out all this money, and she hid it somewhere. You remember that Monica Dean mentioned that they were astonished at the small amount of her estate. Yes, she hid it in the Red House, and someone knows about it. I can make a pretty good guess who that someone is, too. Who? What about the faithful Crockett? She would know all about her mistress's peculiarities, and that gold-toothed Dr. O'Neill. The gentlemanly nephew, of course. That's it. But whereabouts did she hide it? You know more about old ladies than I do. Tuppence. Where do they hide things? Wrapped up in stockings and petticoats, under mattresses. Tommy nodded. I expect you're right, all the same. She can't have done that because it would have been found when her things were turned over. It worries me, you see. An old lady like that can't have taken up floors or dug holes in the garden. All the same, it's there in the Red House somewhere. Crockett hasn't found it, but she knows it's there. And once they get the house to themselves, she and her precious nephew, they can turn it upside down until they find what they're after. We've got to get ahead of them. Come on, Tuppence. We'll go to the Red House. Monica Dean received them. To her mother and Crockett, they were represented as would-be purchasers of the Red House, which would account for their being taken all over the house and grounds. Tommy did not tell Monica of the conclusions he had come to, but he asked her various searching questions of the garments and personal belongings of the dead woman. Some had been given to Crockett and the others sent to various poor families. Everything had been gone through and turned out. Did your aunt leave any papers? The desk was full, and there were some in a drawer in her bedroom, but there was nothing of importance amongst them. Have they been thrown away? No. My mother is always very loath to throw away old papers. There were some old-fashioned recipes among them, which she intends to go through one day. Good, said Tommy approvingly. Then, indicating an old man who was at work upon one of the flower beds in the garden, he asked, was that old man the gardener here in your aunt's time? Yes, he used to come 3 days a week. He lives in the village. Poor old fellow. He is past doing any really useful work. We have him just once a week to keep things tidied up. We can't afford more. Tommy winked at Tuppence to indicate that she was to keep Monica with her, and he himself stepped across to where the gardener was working. He spoke a few pleasant words to the old man, asked him if he had been there in the old lady's time, and then said casually, "You buried a box for her once, didn't you?" "No, sir. I never buried naught for her. What should she want to bury a box for?" Tommy shook his head. He strolled back to the house frowning. It was to be hoped that a study of the old lady's papers would yield some clue. Otherwise, the problem was a hard one to solve. The house itself was old-fashioned, but not old enough to contain a secret room or passage. Before leaving, Monica brought them down a big cardboard box, tied with string. "I've collected all the papers," she whispered, "and they're in here. I thought you could take it away with you, and then you'll have plenty of time to go over them, but I'm sure you won't find anything to throw light on the mysterious happenings in this house." Her words were interrupted by a terrific crash overhead. Tommy ran quickly up the stairs. A jug and basin in one of the front rooms was lying on the ground, broken to pieces. There was no one in the room. "The ghost up to its tricks again," he murmured with a grin. He went downstairs again thoughtfully. "I wonder, Miss Dean, if I might speak to the maid, Crockett, for a minute." "Certainly. I will ask her to come to you." Monica went off to the kitchen. She returned with the elderly maid who had opened the door to them earlier. "We are thinking of buying this house," said Tommy pleasantly, "and my wife was wondering whether, in that case, you would care to remain on with us." Crockett's respectable face displayed no emotion of any kind. "Thank you, sir," she said. "I should like to think it over if I may." Tommy turned to Monica. "I am delighted with the house. Miss Dean, I understand that there is another buyer in the market. I know what he has offered for the house, and I will willingly give 100 more. And mind you, that is a good price I am offering." Monica murmured something noncommittal, and the Beresfords took their leave. "I was right," said Tommy, as they went down the drive. "Crockett's in it. Did you notice that she was out of breath? That was from running down the back stairs after smashing the jug and basin. Sometimes, very likely, she has admitted her nephew secretly, and he has done a little poltergeisting, or whatever you call it, while she has been innocently with the family. You'll see. Dr. O'Neill will make a further offer before the day is out." True enough, after dinner, a note was brought. It was from Monica. "I have just heard from Dr. O'Neill. He raises his previous offer by £150. "The nephew must be a man of means," said Tommy thoughtfully. "And I tell you what, Tuppence, the prize he's after must be well worthwhile. Oh, if only we could find it. Well, let's get on with the spade work." They were sorting through the big box of papers. A wearisome affair, as they were all jumbled up pell-mell, without any kind of order or method. Every few minutes, they compared notes. What's the latest? Tuppence, 2 old receipted bills, 3 unimportant letters, a recipe for preserving new potatoes, and one for making lemon cheesecake. What's yours? 1 bill. Poem on spring. 2 newspaper cuttings. Why Women Buy Pearls, a sound investment, and Man with 4 Wives, extraordinary story. And a recipe for jugged hare. It's heartbreaking, said Tuppence. And they fell to once more. At last, the box was empty. They looked at each other. I put this aside, said Tommy, picking up a half sheet of notepaper, because it struck me as peculiar, but I don't suppose it's got anything to do with what we're looking for. Let's see it. Oh, it's one of those funny things. What do they call them? Anagrams. Charades or something. She read it. My first you put on glowing coal, and into it you put my whole. My second really is the first. My third mislikes the winter blast. Said Tommy critically. I don't think much of the poet's rhymes. I don't see what you find peculiar about it. Though, said Tuppence, everybody used to have a collection of these sort of things about 50 years ago. You saved them up for winter evenings round the fire. I wasn't referring to the verse. It's the words written below it that strike me as peculiar. St. Luke 11:9. She read, It's a text. Yes, doesn't that strike you as odd? Would an old lady of a religious persuasion write a text just under a charade? It is rather odd, agreed Tuppence thoughtfully. I presume that you, being a clergyman's daughter, have got your Bible with you. As a matter of fact, I have. You didn't expect that. Wait a sec. Tuppence ran to her suitcase, extracted a small red volume, and returned to the table. She turned the leaves rapidly. Here we are. Luke, chapter 11, verse 9. Oh, Tommy, look. Tommy bent over and looked where Tuppence's small finger pointed to a portion of the verse in question. Seek, and ye shall find. That's it, cried Tuppence. We've got it. Solve the cryptogram, and the treasure is ours, or rather Monica's. Well, let's get to work on the cryptogram, as you call it. My first you put on glowing coal. What does that mean? I wonder then. My second really is the first. That's pure gibberish. It's quite simple, really, said Tuppence kindly. It's just a sort of knack. Let me have it. Tommy surrendered it willingly. Tuppence ensconced herself in an armchair and began muttering to herself with bent brows. It's quite simple, really, murmured Tommy when half an hour had elapsed. Don't crow. We're the wrong generation for this. I've a good mind to go back to town tomorrow and call on some old pussy who would probably read it as easy as winking. It's a knack, that's all. Well, let's have one more try. There aren't many things you can put on glowing coal, said Tuppence thoughtfully. There's water, to put it out, or wood, or a kettle. It must be one syllable, I suppose. What about wood? Then, you couldn't put anything into wood. Though, there's no one-syllable word instead of water. But there must be one syllable things you can put on a fire in the kettle line. Saucepans, mused Tuppence. Frying pans. How about pan or pot? What's a word beginning pan or pot that is something you cook? Pottery, suggested Tommy. You bake that in the fire. Wouldn't that be near enough? The rest of it doesn't fit. Pancakes, no. Oh, bother. They were interrupted by the little serving maid, who told them that dinner would be ready in a few minutes. Only Mrs. Lumley. She wanted to know if you'd like your potatoes fried or boiled in their jackets. She's got some of each. Boiled in their jackets, said Tuppence promptly. I love potatoes. She stopped dead with her mouth open. What's the matter? Tuppence. Have you seen a ghost? Tommy, cried Tuppence. Don't you see? That's it. Potatoes my first you put on glowing coal. That's pot. And into it you put my whole. My second really is the first. That's A. The first letter of the alphabet. My third mislikes the wintry blast. Cold toes, of course. You're right, Tuppence. Very clever of you. But I'm afraid we've wasted an awful lot of time over nothing. Potatoes don't fit in at all with missing treasure. Half a sec. Though, what did you read out just now? When we were going through the box, something about a recipe for new potatoes. I wonder whether there's anything in that. He rummaged hastily through the pile of recipes. Here it is, to keep new potatoes. Put the new potatoes into tins and bury them in the garden. Even in the middle of winter, they will taste as though freshly dug. We've got it, screamed Tuppence. That's it. The treasure is in the garden, buried in a tin. But I asked the gardener. He said he'd never buried anything. Yes, I know. But that's because people never really answer what you say. They answer what they think you mean. He knew he'd never buried anything out of the common. We'll go tomorrow and ask him where he buried the potatoes. The following morning was Christmas Eve. By dint of inquiry, they found the old gardener's cottage. Tuppence broached the subject after some minutes' conversation. I wish one could have new potatoes at Christmas time, she remarked. Wouldn't they be good with turkey? Do people round here ever bury them in tins I've heard that keeps them fresh? Aye, that they do, declared the old man. Old Miss Dean, up to the Red House. She allus had 3 tins buried every summer, and as often as not forgot to have 'em dug up again. In the bed by the house, as a rule. Didn't she? No. Over against the wall by the fir tree? Having got the information they wanted, they soon took their leave of the old man, presenting him with 5 shillings as a Christmas box. And now for Monica, said Tommy. Tommy, you have no sense of the dramatic. Leave it to me. I've got a beautiful plan. Do you think you could manage to beg, borrow, or steal a spade? Somehow or other, a spade was duly produced, and that night, late, 2 figures might have been seen stealing into the grounds of the Red House. The place indicated by the gardener was easily found, and Tommy set to work. Presently, his spade rang on metal, and a few seconds later, he had unearthed a big biscuit tin. It was sealed round with adhesive plaster and firmly fastened down, but Tuppence, by the aid of Tommy's knife, soon managed to open it. Then she gave a groan. The tin was full of potatoes. She poured them out so that the tin was completely empty. But there were no other contents. Go on digging, Tommy. It was some time before a second tin rewarded their search. As before, Tuppence unsealed it. Well? Demanded Tommy anxiously. Potatoes again. Damn, said Tommy, and set to once more. The third time is lucky, said Tuppence consolingly. I believe the whole thing's a mare's nest, said Tommy gloomily, but he continued to dig. At last a third tin was brought to light. Potatoes began Tuppence, then stopped. Oh, Tommy, we've got it. It's only potatoes on top. Look. She held up a big old-fashioned velvet bag. Cut along home, cried Tommy. It's icy cold. Take the bag with you. I must just shovel back the earth. and may 1,000 curses light upon your head. Tuppence, if you open that bag before I come, I'll play fair. Ouch, I'm frozen. She beat a speedy retreat. On arrival at the inn, she had not long to wait. Tommy was hard upon her heels, perspiring freely after his digging and the final brisk run. Now then, said Tommy, the private inquiry agents make good. Open the loot, Mrs. Beresford. Inside the bag was a package done up in oil silk and a heavy chamois leather bag. They opened the latter first. It was full of gold sovereigns. Tommy counted them. 200 pounds. That was all they would let her have, I suppose. Cut open the package. Tuppence did so. It was full of closely folded banknotes. Tommy and Tuppence counted them carefully. They amounted to exactly 20,000 pounds. Phew, said Tommy. Isn't it lucky for Monica that we're both rich and honest? What's that done up in tissue paper? Tuppence unrolled the little parcel and drew out a magnificent string of pearls, exquisitely matched. I don't know much about these things, said Tommy slowly, but I'm pretty sure that those pearls are worth another 5,000 pounds at least. Look at the size of them. Now I see why the old lady kept that cutting about pearls being a good investment. She must have realized all her securities and turned them into notes and jewels. Oh, Tommy, isn't it wonderful, darling Monica? Now she can marry her nice young man and live happily ever afterwards, like me. That's rather sweet of you, Tuppence. So you are happy with me? As a matter of fact, said Tuppence, I am. But I didn't mean to say so. It slipped out. What with being excited and Christmas Eve and one thing and another. If you really love me, said Tommy, will you answer me one question? I hate these catches, said Tuppence. But, well, all right. Then how did you know that Monica was a clergyman's daughter? Oh, that was just cheating, said Tuppence happily. I opened her letter, making an appointment, and a Mr. Dean was father's curate once, and he had a little girl called Monica, about 4 or 5 years younger than me. So I put 2 and 2 together. You are a shameless creature, said Tommy. Hello. There's 12 o'clock striking. Happy Christmas, Tuppence. Happy Christmas, Tommy. It'll be a happy Christmas for Monica, too. And all owing to OS. I am glad. Poor thing. She has been so miserable. Do you know, Tommy, I feel all queer and choky about the throat when I think of it. Darling Tuppence, said Tommy. Darling Tommy, said Tuppence. How awfully sentimental we are getting. Christmas comes but once a year, said Tommy sententiously. That's what our great-grandmothers said, and I expect there's a lot of truth in it still. Chapter 22, The Ambassador's Boots. My dear fellow, said Tuppence, and waved a heavily buttered muffin. Tommy looked at her for a minute or two. Then a broad grin spread over his face, and he murmured, We do have to be so very careful. That's right, said Tuppence, delighted. You guessed. I am the famous Dr. Fortune, and you are Superintendent Bell. Why are you being Reginald Fortune? Well, really, because I feel like a lot of hot butter. That is the pleasant side of it, said Tommy. But there is another. You will have to examine horribly smashed faces and very extra dead bodies a good deal. In answer, Tuppence threw across a letter. Tommy's eyebrows rose in astonishment. Randolph Wilmot, the American ambassador. I wonder what he wants. We shall know tomorrow at 11 o'clock, punctually to the time named. Mr. Randolph Wilmot, United States Ambassador to the Court of St. James, was ushered into Mr. Blunt's office. He cleared his throat and commenced speaking in a deliberate and characteristic manner. "I have come to you, Mr. Blunt. By the way, it is Mr. Blunt himself to whom I am speaking. Is it not?" "Certainly," said Tommy. "I am Theodore Blunt, the head of the firm. I always prefer to deal with heads of departments," said Mr. Wilmot. "It is more satisfactory in every way. As I was about to say, Mr. Blunt, this business gets my goat. There's nothing in it to trouble Scotland Yard about. I'm not a penny the worse in any way, and it's probably all due to a simple mistake. But all the same, I don't see just how that mistake arose. There's nothing criminal in it, I dare say. But I'd like just to get the thing straightened out. It makes me mad not to see the why and wherefore of a thing." "Absolutely," said Tommy. Mr. Wilmot went on. He was slow and given to much detail. At last, Tommy managed to get a word in. "Quite so," he said. "The position is this. You arrived by the liner Nomadic a week ago. In some way, your kit bag and the kit bag of another gentleman, Mr. Ralph Westerham, whose initials are the same as yours, got mixed up. You took Mr. Westerham's kit bag, and he took yours. Mr. Westerham discovered the mistake immediately, sent round your kit bag to the embassy, and took away his own. Am I right so far?" "That is precisely what occurred. The two bags must have been practically identical, and with the initials R to W being the same in both cases, it is not difficult to understand that an error might have been made. I myself was not aware of what had happened until my valet informed me of the mistake, and that Mr. Westerham, he is a senator, and a man for whom I have a great admiration, had sent round for his bag and returned mine. Then I don't see, but you will see. That's only the beginning of the story. Yesterday, as it chanced, I ran up against Senator Westerham, and I happened to mention the matter to him jestingly. To my great surprise, he did not seem to know what I was talking about. And when I explained, he denied the story absolutely. He had not taken my bag off the ship in mistake for his own. In fact, he had not traveled with such an article amongst his luggage. What an extraordinary thing! Mr. Blunt, it is an extraordinary thing. There seems no rhyme or reason in it. Why, if anyone wanted to steal my kit bag, he could do so easily enough without resorting to all this roundabout business. And anyway, it was not stolen, but returned to me. On the other hand, if it were taken by mistake, why use Senator Westerham's name? It's a crazy business. But just for curiosity, I mean to get to the bottom of it. I hope the case is not too trivial for you to undertake. Not at all. It is a very intriguing little problem, capable, as you say, of many simple explanations, but nevertheless baffling on the face of it. The first thing, of course, is the reason of the substitution. If substitution it was, you say nothing was missing from your bag when it came back into your possession. My man says not. He would know. What was in it, if I may ask? Mostly boots. Boots, said Tommy, discouraged. Yes, said Mr. Wilmot. Boots. Odd, isn't it? You'll forgive my asking you, said Tommy, but you didn't carry any secret papers or anything of that sort, sewn in the lining of a boot or screwed into a false heel. The ambassador seemed amused by the question. Secret diplomacy hasn't got to that pitch. I hope. Only in fiction, said Tommy with an answering smile and a slightly apologetic manner. But you see, we've got to account for the thing somehow. Who came for the bag the other had a bag? I mean, supposed to be one of Westerham's servants. Quite a quiet, ordinary man. So I understand. My valet saw nothing wrong with him. Had it been unpacked? Do you know? That I can't say. I presume not, but perhaps you'd like to ask the valet a few questions. He can tell you more than I can about the business. I think that would be the best plan, Mr. Wilmot. The ambassador scribbled a few words on a card and handed it to Tommy. I opine that you would prefer to go round to the embassy and make your inquiries there if not. I will have the man. His name is Richards. By the way, sent round here. No, thank you. Mr. Wilmot. I should prefer to go to the embassy. The ambassador rose, glancing at his watch. Dear me, I shall be late for an appointment. Well, goodbye, Mr. Blunt. I leave the matter in your hands. He hurried away. Tommy looked at Tuppence, who had been scribbling demurely on her pad in the character of the efficient Miss Robinson. What about it, old thing? He asked. Do you see, as the old bird put it, any rhyme or reason in the proceeding? None whatever, replied Tuppence cheerily. Well, that's a start anyway. It shows that there is really something very deep at the back of it. You think so? It's a generally accepted hypothesis. Remember Sherlock Holmes and the depth the butter had sunk into the parsley. I mean the other way round. I've always had a devouring wish to know all about that case. Perhaps Watson will disinter it from his notebook one of these days. Then I shall die happy, but we must get busy. Quite so, said Tuppence. Not a quick man, the esteemed Wilmot, but sure. She knows men, said Tommy. Or do I say he knows men? It is so confusing when you assume the character of a male detective. Oh, my dear fellow, my dear fellow. A little more action, Tuppence, and a little less repetition. A classic phrase cannot be repeated too often, said Tuppence with dignity. Have a muffin, said Tommy kindly. Not at 11 o'clock in the morning. Thank you. Silly case. This boots, you know. Why boots? Well, said Tommy, why not? It doesn't fit. Boots? She shook her head. All wrong. Who wants other people's boots? The whole thing's mad. Perhaps they got hold of the wrong bag, suggested Tommy. That's possible. But if they were after papers, a dispatch case would be more likely. Papers are the only things one thinks of in connection with ambassadors. Boots suggest footprints, said Tommy thoughtfully. Do you think they wanted to lay a trail of Wilmot's footsteps somewhere? Tuppence considered the suggestion, abandoning her role, then shook her head. It seems wildly impossible, she said. No. I believe we shall have to resign ourselves to the fact that the boots have nothing to do with it. Well, said Tommy with a sigh. The next step is to interview friend Richards. He may be able to throw some light on the mystery. On production of the ambassador's card, Tommy was admitted to the embassy, and presently a pale young man, with a respectful manner and a subdued voice, presented himself to undergo examination. I am Richards. Sir, Mr. Wilmot's valet? I understood you wished to see me. Yes, Richards. Mr. Wilmot called on me this morning and suggested that I should come round and ask you a few questions. It is this matter of the kit bag. Mr. Wilmot was rather upset over the affair. I know, sir. I can hardly see why, since no harm was done. I certainly understood from the man who called for the other bag that it belonged to Senator Westerham, but of course I may have been mistaken. What kind of a man was he? Middle-aged, gray hair, very good class. I should say most respectable. I understood he was Senator Westerham's valet. He left Wilmot's bag and took away the other. Had it been unpacked at all? Which one, sir? Well, I meant the one you brought from the boat, but I should like to know about the other as well. Mr. Wilmot's own. Had that been unpacked? Do you fancy? I should say not, sir. It was just as I strapped it up on the boat. I should say the gentleman, whoever he was, just opened it, realized it wasn't his, and shut it up again. Nothing missing. No small article. I don't think so, sir. In fact, I'm quite sure. And now the other one. Had you started to unpack that? As a matter of fact, sir, I was just opening it at the very moment Senator Westerham's man arrived. I'd just undone the straps. Did you open it at all? We just unfastened it together, sir. To be sure, no mistake had been made this time. The man said it was all right, and he strapped it up again and took it away. What was inside boots also? No, sir. Mostly toilet things. I fancy. I know I saw a tin of bath salts. Tommy abandoned that line of research. You never saw anyone tampering with anything in your master's cabin on board ship, I suppose? Oh, no, sir. Never anything suspicious of any kind. And what do I mean by that? I wonder. He thought to himself, with a trace of amusement. Anything suspicious? Just words. But the man in front of him hesitated. Now that I remember it. Yes, said Tommy eagerly. What? I don't think it could have anything to do with it. But there was a young lady. Yes, a young lady. You say. What was she doing? She was taken faint. Sir? A very pleasant young lady. Miss Eileen O'Hara. Her name was a dainty-looking lady, not tall, with black hair, just a little foreign-looking. Yes, said Tommy, with even greater eagerness. As I was saying, she was taken queer, just outside Mr. Wilmot's cabin. She asked me to fetch the doctor. I helped her to the sofa, and then went off for the doctor. I was some time finding him. And when I found him and brought him back, the young lady was nearly all right again. Oh, said Tommy, you don't think, sir? It's difficult to know what to think, said Tommy, non-committally. Was this Miss O'Hara traveling alone? Yes, I think so. Sir? You haven't seen her since you landed? No, sir. Well, said Tommy, after a minute or two spent in reflection, I think that's all. Thank you. Richards. Thank you, sir. Back at the office of the detective agency. Tommy retailed his conversation with Richards to Tuppence, who listened attentively. What do you think of it? Tuppence? Oh, my dear fellow, we doctors are always skeptical of a sudden faintness, so very convenient. And Eileen, as well as O'Hara. Almost too impossibly Irish. Don't you think? It's something to go upon at last. Do you know what I'm going to do? Tuppence? Advertise for the lady. What? Yes. Any information respecting Miss Eileen O'Hara, known to have traveled such and such a ship and such a date. Either she'll answer it herself, if she's genuine, or someone may come forward to give us information about her. So far, it's the only hope of a clue. You'll also put her on her guard Remember. Well, said Tommy, one's got to risk something. I still can't see any sense in the thing, said Tuppence, frowning. If a gang of crooks get hold of the ambassador's bag for an hour or two, and then send it back, what possible good can it do them? Unless there are papers in it they want to copy. And Mr. Wilmot swears there was nothing of the kind. Tommy stared at her thoughtfully. You put these things rather well, Tuppence, he said at last. You've given me an idea. It was 2 days later. Tuppence was out to lunch. Tommy, own in the austere office of Mr. Theodore Blunt, was improving his mind by reading the latest sensational thriller. The door of the office opened, and Albert appeared. A young lady to see you, sir. Miss Cicely March. She says she has called in answer to an advert. Asmant! Show her in at once, cried Tommy, thrusting his novel into a convenient drawer. In another minute, Albert had ushered in the young lady. Tommy had just time to see that she was fair-haired and extremely pretty when the amazing occurrence happened. The door through which Albert had just passed out was rudely burst open. In the doorway stood a picturesque figure, a big dark man, Spanish in appearance, with a flaming red tie. His features were distorted with rage, and in his hand was a gleaming pistol. So this is the office of Mr. Busybody Blunt, he said in perfect English. His voice was low and venomous. Hands up at once, or I shoot. It sounded no idle threat. Tommy's hands went up obediently. The girl, crouched against the wall, gave a gasp of terror. This young lady will come with me, said the man. Yes, you will, my dear. You have never seen me before. But that doesn't matter. I can't have my plans ruined by a silly little chit like you. I seem to remember that you were one of the passengers on the Nomadic. You must have been peering into things that didn't concern you, but I've no intention of letting you blab any secrets to Mr. Blunt here. A very clever gentleman. Mr. Blunt, with his fancy advertisements. But as it happens, I keep an eye on the advertisement columns. That's how I got wise to his little game. You interest me exceedingly, said Tommy. Won't you go on? Cheek won't help you. Mr. Blunt? From now on, you're a marked man. Give up this investigation, and we'll leave you alone. Otherwise, God help you, death, come swiftly to those who thwart our plans. Tommy did not reply. He was staring over the intruder's shoulder, as though he saw a ghost. As a matter of fact, he was seeing something that caused him far more apprehension than any ghost could have done. Up to now, he had not given a thought to Albert as a factor in the game. He had taken for granted that Albert had already been dealt with by the mysterious stranger. If he had thought of him at all, it was as one lying stunned on the carpet in the outer office. He now saw that Albert had miraculously escaped the stranger's attention. But instead of rushing out to fetch a policeman in good, sound British fashion, Albert had elected to play a lone hand. The door behind the stranger had opened noiselessly, and Albert stood in the aperture enveloped in a coil of rope. An agonized yelp of protest burst from Tommy, but too late. Fired with enthusiasm, Albert flung a loop of rope over the intruder's head and jerked him backwards off his feet. The inevitable happened. The pistol went off with a roar, and Tommy felt the bullet scorch his ear in passing, ere it buried itself in the plaster behind him. "I've got him, sir!" cried Albert, flushed with triumph. "I've lassoed him! I've been practicing with a lasso in my spare time. Sir, can you give me a hand?" "He's very violent." Tommy hastened to his faithful henchman's assistance, mentally determining that Albert should have no further spare time. "You damned idiot," he said. "Why didn't you go for a policeman owing to this fool's play of yours? He, as near as anything, plugged me through the head. Whew! I've never had such a near escape. Lasted him in the nick of time." "I did," said Albert, his ardor quite undamped. "It's wonderful what those chaps can do on the prairies." "Sir?" "Quite so," said Tommy. "But we're not on the prairies. We happen to be in a highly civilized city. And now, my dear sir," he added to his prostrate foe, "what are we going to do with you?" A stream of oaths in a foreign language was his only reply. "Hush," said Tommy. "I don't understand a word of what you're saying. But I've got a shrewd idea it's not the kind of language to use before a lady. You'll excuse him, won't you? Miss, do you know, in the excitement of this little upset, I've quite forgotten your name." "March," said the girl. She was still white and shaken, but she came forward now and stood by Tommy, looking down on the recumbent figure of the discomfited stranger. "What are you going to do with him?" "I could fetch a bobby now," said Albert helpfully, but Tommy, looking up, caught a very faint negative movement of the girl's head and took his cue accordingly. "We'll let him off this time," he remarked. "Nevertheless, I shall give myself the pleasure of kicking him downstairs, if it's only to teach him manners to a lady." He removed the rope, hauled the victim to his feet, and propelled him briskly through the outer office. A series of shrill yelps was heard, and then a thud. Tommy came back, flushed but smiling. The girl was staring at him with round eyes. "Did you hurt him?" "I hope so," said Tommy. "But these foreigners make a practice of crying out before they're hurt, so I can't be quite sure about it. Shall we come back into my office, Miss March, and resume our interrupted conversation? I don't think we shall be interrupted again." "I'll have my lasso ready, sir, in case," said the helpful Albert. "Put it away," ordered Tommy sternly. He followed the girl into the inner office and sat down at his desk while she took a chair facing him. "I don't quite know where to begin," said the girl. "As you heard that man say, I was a passenger on the Nomadic. The lady you advertised about, Miss O'Hara, was also on board." "Exactly," said Tommy. "That we know already. But I suspect you must know something about her doings on board that boat, or else that picturesque gentleman would not have been in such a hurry to intervene." "I will tell you everything. The American ambassador was on board. One day, as I was passing his cabin, I saw this woman inside, and she was doing something so extraordinary that I stopped to watch. She had a man's boot in her hand." "A boot?" cried Tommy excitedly. "I'm sorry. Miss March, go on." "With a little pair of scissors. She was slitting up the lining. Then she seemed to push something inside. Just at that minute, the doctor and another man came down the passage, and immediately she dropped back on the couch and groaned. I waited, and I gathered from what was being said that she had pretended to feel faint. I say pretended because when I first caught sight of her, she was obviously feeling nothing of the kind." Tommy nodded. "Well, I rather hate to tell you the next part. I was curious. And also, I'd been reading silly books, and I wondered if she'd put a bomb or a poison needle or something like that in Mr. Wilmot's boot. I know it's absurd, but I did think so. Anyway, next time I passed the empty cabin, I slipped in and examined the boot. I drew out from the lining a slip of paper. Just as I had it in my hand, I heard the steward coming, and I hurried out so as not to be caught. The folded paper was still in my hand. When I got into my own cabin, I examined it. Mr. Blunt, it was nothing but some verses from the Bible. Verses from the Bible, said Tommy, very much intrigued. At least I thought so at the time. I couldn't understand it, but I thought perhaps it was the work of a religious maniac. Anyway, I didn't feel it was worthwhile replacing it. I kept it without thinking much about it until yesterday, when I used it to make into a boat for my little nephew to sail in his bath. As the paper got wet, I saw a queer kind of design coming out all over it. I hastily took it out of the bath and smoothed it out flat. The water had brought out the hidden message. It was a kind of tracing and looked like the mouth of a harbor. Immediately after that, I read your advertisement. Tommy sprang from his chair. But this is most important. I see it all now. That tracing is probably the plan of some important harbor defenses. It had been stolen by this woman. She feared someone was on her track, and not daring to conceal it amongst her own belongings, she contrived this hiding place. Later, she obtained possession of the bag in which the boot was packed, only to discover that the paper had vanished. Tell me, Miss March, you have brought this paper with you. The girl shook her head. It's at my place of business. I run a beauty parlor in Bond Street. I am really an agent for the cyclamen preparations in New York. That is why I had been over there. I thought the paper might be important, so I locked it up in the safe before coming out. Ought not Scotland Yard to know about it? Yes, indeed. Then shall we go there now, get it out, and take it straight to Scotland Yard? I am very busy this afternoon, said Tommy, adopting his professional manner and consulting his watch. The Bishop of London wants me to take up a case for him, a very curious problem, concerning some vestments and 2 curates. Then in that case, said Miss March, rising, I will go alone. Tommy raised a hand in protest. As I was about to say, he said, the bishop must wait. I will leave a few words with Albert. I am convinced, Miss March, that until that paper has been safely deposited with Scotland Yard, you are in active danger. Do you think so? Said the girl doubtfully. I don't think. I'm sure. Excuse me. He scribbled some words on the pad in front of him, then tore off the leaf and folded it. Taking his hat and stick, he intimated to the girl that he was ready to accompany her in the outer office. He handed the folded paper to Albert with an air of importance. I am called out on an urgent case. Explain that to his lordship if he comes. Here are my notes on the case for Miss Robinson. Very good, sir, said Albert, playing up. And what about the Duchess's pearls? Tommy waved his hand irritably. That must wait also. He and Miss March hurried out. Halfway down the stairs, they encountered Tuppence coming up. Tommy passed to Ridier with a brusque, late again, Miss Robinson? I am called out on an important case. Tuppence stood still on the stairs and stared after them. Then, with raised eyebrows, she went on up to the office. As they reached the street, A taxi came sailing up to them. Tommy, on the point of hailing it, changed his mind. "Are you a good walker, Miss March?" he asked seriously. "Yes." "Why? Hadn't we better take that taxi? It will be quicker." "Perhaps you did not notice. That taxi driver has just refused a fare a little lower down the street. He was waiting for us. Your enemies are on the lookout. If you feel equal to it, it would be better for us to walk to Bond Street, in the crowded streets. They will not be able to attempt much against us." "Very well," said the girl, rather doubtfully. They walked westwards. The streets, as Tommy had said, were crowded, and progress was slow. Tommy kept a sharp lookout. Occasionally, he drew the girl to one side with a quick gesture, though she herself had seen nothing suspicious. Suddenly glancing at her, he was seized with compunction. "I say, you look awfully done up. The shock of that man. Come into this place and have a good cup of strong coffee. I suppose you wouldn't hear of a nip of brandy." The girl shook her head with a faint smile. "Coffee be it then," said Tommy. "I think we can safely risk its being poisoned." They lingered some time over their coffee, and finally set off at a brisker pace. "We've thrown them off, I think," said Tommy, looking over his shoulder. Cyclamen Limited was a small establishment in Bond Street, with pale pink taffeta curtains, and 1 or 2 jars of face cream and a cake of soap decorating the window. Cicely March entered, and Tommy followed. The place inside was tiny. On the left was a glass counter with toilet preparations. Behind this counter was a middle-aged woman with gray hair and an exquisite complexion who acknowledged Cicely March's entrance with a faint inclination of the head before continuing to talk to the customer she was serving. This customer was a small, dark woman. Her back was to them, and they could not see her face. She was speaking in slow, difficult English. On the right was a sofa and a couple of chairs with some magazines on a table. Here sat 2 men, apparently bored husbands, waiting for their wives. Cicely March passed straight on through a door at the end, which she held ajar for Tommy to follow her. As he did so, the woman customer exclaimed, "Ah, but I think that is an amico of mine," and rushed after them, inserting her foot in the door just in time to prevent its closing. At the same time, the 2 men rose to their feet. One followed her through the door. The other advanced to the shop attendant and clapped his hand over her mouth to drown the scream rising to her lips. In the meantime, things were happening rather quickly beyond the swing door. As Tommy passed through, a cloth was flung over his head, and a sickly odor assailed his nostrils. Almost as soon, however, it was jerked off again, and a woman's scream rang out. Tommy blinked a little and coughed as he took in the scene in front of him. On his right was the mysterious stranger of a few hours ago, and busily fitting handcuffs upon him was one of the bored men from the shop parlor. Just in front of him was Cicely March, wrestling vainly to free herself, whilst the woman customer from the shop held her firmly pinioned. As the latter turned her head, and the veil she wore unfastened itself and fell off, the well-known features of Tuppence were revealed. "Well done, Tuppence," said Tommy. Moving forward, "let me give you a hand. I shouldn't struggle if I were you. Miss O'Hara, or do you prefer to be called Miss March. "This is Inspector Grace. Tommy," said Tuppence. "As soon as I read the note you left, I rang up Scotland Yard, and Inspector Grace and another man met me outside here. Very glad to get hold of this gentleman," said the inspector, indicating his prisoner. "He's wanted badly, but we've never had cause to suspect this place. Thought it was a genuine beauty shop. You see," explained Tommy gently, "we do have to be so very careful. Why should anyone want the ambassador's bag for an hour or so? I put the question the other way round. Supposing it was the other bag that was the important one. Someone wanted that bag to be in the ambassador's possession for an hour or so. Much more illuminating. Diplomatic luggage is not subjected to the indignities of a customs examination. Clearly, smuggling. But smuggling of what? Nothing too bulky. At once I thought of drugs. Then that picturesque comedy was enacted in my office. They'd seen my advertisement and wanted to put me off the scent, or failing that, out of the way altogether. But I happened to notice an expression of blank dismay in the charming lady's eyes when Albert did his lasso act. That didn't fit in very well with her supposed part. The stranger's attack was meant to assure my confidence in her. I played the part of the credulous sleuth with all my might, swallowed her rather impossible story, and permitted her to lure me here, carefully leaving behind full instructions for dealing with the situation. Under various pretexts, I delayed our arrival, so as to give you all plenty of time. Cicely March was looking at him with a stony expression. "You are mad. What do you expect to find here?" Remembering that Richard saw a tin of bath salts, "What do you say about beginning with the bath salts? Eh, Inspector?" "A very sound idea, sir." He picked up one of the dainty pink tins and emptied it on the table. The girl laughed. "Genuine crystals, eh?" said Tommy. "Nothing more deadly than carbonate of soda." "Try the safe," suggested Tuppence. There was a small wall safe in the corner. The key was in the lock. Tommy swung it open and gave a shout of satisfaction. The back of the safe opened out into a big recess in the wall, and that recess was stacked with the same elegant tins of bath salts. Rows and rows of them. He took one out and prized up the lid. The top showed the same pink crystals, but underneath was a fine white powder. The inspector uttered an ejaculation. "You've got it, sir. 10-1. That tin's full of pure cocaine. We knew there was a distributing area somewhere around here, handy to the West End, but we haven't been able to get a clue to it. This is a fine coup of yours, sir." "Rather a triumph for Blunt's brilliant detectives," said Tommy to Tuppence. As they emerged into the street together, "It's a great thing to be a married man. Your persistent schooling has at last taught me to recognize peroxide when I see it. Golden hair has got to be the genuine article to take me in. We will concoct a businesslike letter to the ambassador, informing him that the matter has been dealt with satisfactorily. And now, my dear fellow, what about tea? And lots of hot buttered muffins." Chapter 23. The Man Who Was Number 16. Tommy and Tuppence were closeted with the chief in his private room. His commendation had been warm and sincere. "You have succeeded admirably. Thanks to you, we have laid our hands on no less than 5 very interesting personages, and from them we have received much valuable information. Meanwhile, I learned from a creditable source that headquarters in Moscow have taken alarm at the failure of their agents to report. I think that in spite of all our precautions, they have begun to suspect that all is not well at what I may call the distributing center, the office of Mr. Theodore Blunt, the International Detective Bureau. Well, said Tommy, I suppose they were bound to tumble to it sometime or other. Sir, as you say, it was only to be expected, but I am a little worried about Mrs. Tommy. I can look after her all right. Sir, said Tommy, at exactly the same minute as Tuppence said, I can take care of myself. Said Mr. Carter. Excessive self-confidence was always a characteristic of you two. Whether your immunity is entirely due to your own superhuman cleverness, or whether a small percentage of luck creeps in, I'm not prepared to say, but luck changes. You know. However, I won't argue the point. From my extensive knowledge of Mrs. Tommy, I suppose it's quite useless to ask her to keep out of the limelight for the next week or two. Tuppence shook her head very energetically. Then all I can do is to give you all the information that I can. We have reason to believe that a special agent has been dispatched from Moscow to this country. We don't know what name he is traveling under. We don't know when he will arrive. But we do know something about him. He is a man who gave us great trouble in the war. A ubiquitous kind of fellow who turned up all over the place where we least wanted him. He is a Russian by birth and an accomplished linguist, so much so that he can pass as half a dozen other nationalities, including our own. He is also a past master in the art of disguise. And he has brains. It was he who devised the number 16 code. When and how he will turn up, I do not know, but I am fairly certain that he will turn up. We do know this. He was not personally acquainted with the real Mr. Theodore Blunt. I think that he will turn up at your office, on the pretext of a case which he will wish you to take up, and will try you with the passwords. The first, as you know, is the mention of the number 16, which is replied to by a sentence containing the same number. The second, which we have only just learnt, is an inquiry as to whether you have ever crossed the Channel. The answer to that is, I was in Berlin on the 13th of last month. As far as we know, that is all. I would suggest that you reply correctly, and so endeavor to gain his confidence. Sustain the fiction, if you possibly can. But even if he appears to be completely deceived, remain on your guard. Our friend is particularly astute and can play a double game as well, or better, than you can. But in either case, I hope to get him through you. From this day forward, I am adopting special precautions. A dictaphone was installed last night in your office, so that one of my men in the room below will be able to hear everything that passes in your office. In this way, I shall be immediately informed if anything arises, and can take the necessary steps to safeguard you and your wife while securing the man I am after. After a few more instructions and a general discussion of tactics, the two young people departed and made their way as rapidly as possible to the office of Blunt's brilliant detectives. It's late, said Tommy, looking at his watch. Just on 12 o'clock. We've been a long time with the chief. I hope we haven't missed a particularly spicy case. Well, on the whole, said Tuppence, we've not done badly. I was tabulating results the other day. We've solved 4 baffling murder mysteries, rounded up a gang of counterfeiters, ditto gang of smugglers. Actually 2 gangs, interpolated Tommy. So we have, I'm glad of that. Gangs sound so professional. Tuppence continued, ticking off the items on her fingers. 1 jewel robbery, 2 escapes from violent death, 1 case of missing lady reducing her figure, 1 young girl befriended, an alibi successfully exploded, and alas, 1 case where we made utter fools of ourselves. On the whole, jolly good. We're very clever, I think. You would think so, said Tommy. You always do. Now I have a secret feeling that once or twice we've been rather lucky. Nonsense, Fuzz, said Tuppence. All done by the little gray cells. Well, I was damned lucky once, said Tommy. The day that Albert did his lasso act, but you speak, Tuppence, as though it was all over. So it is, said Tuppence. She lowered her voice impressively. This is our last case. When they have laid the super spy by the heels, the great detectives intend to retire and take to beekeeping or vegetable marrow growing. It's always done. Tired of it, eh? Yes, I think I am. Besides, we're so successful now. The luck might change. Who's talking about luck now? Asked Tommy triumphantly. At that moment, they turned in at the doorway of the block of buildings in which the International Detective Bureau had its offices, and Tuppence did not reply. Albert was on duty in the outer office, employing his leisure in balancing, or endeavoring to balance, the office ruler upon his no. With a stern frown of reproof, the great Mr. Blunt passed into his own private office. Divesting himself of his overcoat and hat, he opened the cupboard, on the shelves of which reposed his classic library of the great detectives of fiction. The choice narrows, murmured Tommy. On whom shall I model myself today? Tuppence's voice, with an unusual note in it, made him turn sharply. Tommy, she said, what day of the month is it? Let me see the 11th Y. Look at the calendar. Hanging on the wall was one of those calendars from which you tear a leaf every day. It bore the legend of Sunday the 16th. Today was Monday. By Jove, that's odd. Albert must have torn off too many. Careless little devil. I don't believe he did, said Tuppence, but we'll ask him. Albert, summoned and questioned, seemed very astonished. He swore he had only torn off 1 leaf that of the day before. His statement was presently supported, for whereas the leaf torn off by Albert was found in the grate, the succeeding ones were lying in the waste paper basket. A neat and methodical criminal, said Tommy. Who's been here this morning? Albert? A client of any kind. Just one. Sir? What was he like? It was a she, a hospital nurse. Very upset and anxious to see you. Said she'd wait until you came. I put her in clerks because it was warmer. And from there, she could walk in here. Of course, without your seeing her. How long has she been gone? About half an hour, sir. Said she'd call again this afternoon. A nice motherly-looking body. A nice motherly... Oh, get out! Albert. Albert withdrew. Injured. Queer start? That, said Tommy. It seems a little purposeless. Puts us on our guard. I suppose there isn't a bomb concealed in the fireplace or anything of that kind. He reassured himself on that point. Then he seated himself at the desk and addressed Tuppence. Mon ami, he said, we are here faced with a matter of the utmost gravity. You recall, do you not, the man who was number 4, him whom I crushed like an eggshell in the Dolomites with the aid of high explosives. Bien entendu. But he was not really dead. Oh, no. They are never really dead. These super criminals. This is the man, but even more so, if I may so put it. He is the four squared in other words. He is now the no 16, you comprehend. My friend. Perfectly, said Tuppence. You are the great Hercule Poirot. Exactly. No mustaches, but lots of gray cells. I've a feeling, said Tuppence, that this particular adventure will be called the Triumph of Hastings. Never, said Tommy. It isn't done. Once the idiot friend, always the idiot friend. There's an etiquette in these matters. By the way, man a me, can you not part your hair in the middle instead of one side? The present effect is unsymmetrical and deplorable. The buzzer rang sharply on Tommy's desk. He returned the signal, and Albert appeared bearing a card. Prince Vladirovsky, read Tommy, in a low voice. He looked at Tuppence. I wonder, show him in. Albert. The man who entered was of middle height, graceful in bearing, with a fair beard, and apparently about 35 years of age. Mr. Blunt, he inquired. His English was perfect. You have been most highly recommended to me. Will you take up a case for me? If you will give me the details. Certainly. It concerns the daughter of a friend of mine, a girl of 16. We are anxious for no scandal. You understand. My dear sir, said Tommy, this business has been running successfully for 16 years owing to our strict attention to that particular principle. He fancied he saw a sudden gleam in the other's eye. If so, it passed as quickly as it came. You have branches, I believe, on the other side of the channel. Oh, yes, as a matter of fact. He brought out the word with great deliberation. I myself was in Berlin on the 13th of last month. In that case, said the stranger, it is hardly necessary to keep up the little fiction. The daughter of my friend can be conveniently dismissed. You know who I am. At any rate, I see you have had warning of my coming. He nodded towards the calendar on the wall. Quite so, said Tommy. My friends, I have come over here to investigate matters. What has been happening? Treachery, said Tuppence, no longer able to remain quiescent. The Russian shifted his attention to her and raised his eyebrows. Aha, that is so. Is it I thought as much? Was it Sergius? We think so, said Tuppence unblushingly. It would not surprise me. But you yourselves, you are under no suspicion. I do not think so. We handle a good deal of bona fide business. You see, explained Tommy. The Russian nodded. That is wise. All the same, I think it would be better if I did not come here again. For the moment, I am staying at the Blitz. I will take Maurice. This is Maurice, I suppose. Tuppence nodded. What is she known as here? Oh, Miss Robinson. Very well, Miss Robinson. You will return with me to the Blitz and lunch with me there. We will all meet at headquarters at 3 o'clock. Is that clear? He looked at Tommy. Perfectly clear, replied Tommy, wondering where on earth headquarters might be. But he guessed that it was just those very headquarters that Mr. Carter was so anxious to discover. Tuppence rose and slipped on her long black coat with its leopard skin collar. Then, demurely, she declared herself ready to accompany the prince. They went out together, and Tommy was left behind, a prey to conflicting emotions. Supposing something had gone wrong with the dictaphone, Supposing the mysterious hospital nurse had somehow or other learnt of its installation and had rendered it useless. He seized the telephone and called a certain number. There was a moment's delay, and then a well-known voice spoke. "Quite okay. Come round to the Blitz at once." 5 minutes later, Tommy and Mr. Carter met in the palm court of the Blitz. The latter was crisp and reassuring. "You've done excellently. The prince and the little lady are at lunch in the restaurant. I've got 2 of my men in there as waiters. Whether he suspects or whether he doesn't, and I'm fairly sure he doesn't, we've got him on toast. There are 2 men posted upstairs to watch his suite, and more outside ready to follow wherever they go. Don't be worried about your wife. She'll be kept in sight the whole time. I'm not going to run any risks." Occasionally, one of the Secret Service men came to report progress. The first time, it was a waiter who took their orders for cocktails. The second time, it was a fashionable, vacant-faced young man. "They're coming out," said Mr. Carter. "We'll retire behind this pillar in case they sit down here. But I fancy he'll take her up to his suite." "Ah, yes. I thought so." From their post of vantage, Tommy saw the Russian and Tuppence cross the hall and enter the lift. The minutes passed, and Tommy began to fidget. "Do you think, sir, I mean alone in that suite? One of my men's inside behind the sofa." "Don't worry, man." A waiter crossed the hall and came up to Mr. Carter. "Got the signal. They were coming up, sir." "But they haven't come. Is it all right?" "What?" Mr. Carter spun around. "I saw them go into the lift myself. Just—" He glanced up at the clock. 4.5 minutes ago. And they haven't shown up." He hurried across to the lift, which had just that minute come down again, and spoke to the uniformed attendant. "You took up a gentleman with a fair beard and a young lady a few minutes ago to the 2nd floor." "Not the 2nd floor. 3rd floor, the gentleman asked for." "Oh," the chief jumped in, motioning Tommy to accompany him. "Take us up to the 3rd floor, please." "I don't understand this," he murmured in a low voice, "but keep calm. Every exit from the hotel is watched, and I've got a man on the 3rd floor as well. On every floor. In fact, I was taking no chances. The lift door opened on the 3rd floor and they sprang out, hurrying down the corridor. Halfway along it, a man dressed as a waiter came to meet them. "It's all right, Chief. They're in number 318. Carter breathed a sigh of relief. "That's all right. No other exit. It's a suite. But there are only these 2 doors into the corridor. And to get out from any of these rooms, they'd have to pass us to get to the staircase or the lifts. That's all right. Then, just telephone down and find out who is supposed to be occupying this suite." The waiter returned in a minute or 2. "Mrs. Cortlandt Van Snyder of Detroit." Mr. Carter became very thoughtful. "I wonder now, is this Mrs. Van Snyder an accomplice, or is she—" He left the sentence unfinished. "Hear any noise from inside?" he asked abruptly. "Not a thing. But the doors fit well. One couldn't hope to hear much." Mr. Carter made up his mind suddenly. "I don't like this business. We're going in. Got the master key?" "Of course, sir." "Call up Evans and Clydesley." Reinforced by the other 2 men, they advanced towards the door of the suite. It opened noiselessly when the first man inserted his key. They found themselves in a small hall. To the right was the open door of a bathroom, and in front of them was the sitting room. On the left was a closed door, and from behind it, a faint sound, rather like an asthmatic pug, could be heard. Mr. Carter pushed the door open and entered. The room was a bedroom, with a big double bed ornately covered with a bedspread of rose and gold. On it, bound hand and foot, with her mouth secured by a gag and her eyes almost starting out of her head with pain and rage, was a middle-aged, fashionably dressed woman. On a brief order from Mr. Carter, the other men had covered the whole suite. Only Tommy and his chief had entered the bedroom. As he leant over the bed and strove to unfasten the knots, Carter's eyes went roving round the room in perplexity. Save for an immense quantity of truly American luggage, the room was empty. There was no sign of the Russian or Tuppence. In another minute, the waiter came hurrying in and reported that the other rooms were also empty. Tommy went to the window, only to draw back and shake his head. There was no balcony, nothing but a sheer drop to the street below. Certain it was this room they entered? Asked Carter peremptorily. Sure, besides. The man indicated the woman on the bed. With the aid of a penknife, Carter parted the scarf that was half choking her, and it was at once clear that whatever her sufferings, they had not deprived Mrs. Cortlandt Van Snyder of the use of her tongue. When she had exhausted her first indignation, Mr. Carter spoke mildly. Would you mind telling me exactly what happened? From the beginning? I guess I'll sue the hotel for this. It's a perfect outrage. I was just looking for my bottle of Killigrippy when a man sprang on me from behind and broke a little glass bottle right under my nose. And before I could get my breath, I was all in. When it came to, I was lying here, all trussed up, and goodness knows what's happened to my jewels. He's gotten the lot, I guess. Your jewels are quite safe, I fancy, said Mr. Carter dryly. He wheeled round and picked up something from the floor. You were standing just where I am when he sprang upon you. That's so, assented Mrs. Van Snyder. It was a fragment of thin glass that Mr. Carter had picked up. He sniffed it and handed it to Tommy. Ethyl chloride, he murmured. Instant anesthetic, but it only keeps one under for a moment or two. Surely, he must still have been in the room when you came to Mrs. Van Snyder. Isn't that just what I'm telling you? Oh, it drove me half crazy to see him getting away, and me not able to move or do anything at all. Getting away sees some, said Mr. Carter sharply. Which way? Through that door. She pointed to one in the opposite wall. He had a girl with him, but she seemed kind of limp, as though she'd had a dose of the same dope. Carter looked a question at his henchman. Leads into the next suite, sir, but double doors supposed to be bolted each side. Mr. Carter examined the door carefully. Then he straightened himself up and turned towards the bed. Mrs. Van Snyder, he said quietly, do you still persist in your assertion that the man went out this way? Why, certainly he did. Why shouldn't he? Because the door happens to be bolted on this side, said Mr. Carter dryly. He rattled the handle as he spoke. A look of the utmost astonishment spread over Mrs. Van Snyder's face. Unless someone bolted the door behind him, said Mr. Carter, he cannot have gone out that way. He turned to Evans, who had just entered the room. Sure, they're not anywhere in this suite. Any other communicating doors? No, sir, and I'm quite sure. Carter turned his gaze this way and that about the room. He opened the big hanging wardrobe, looked under the bed, up the chimney, and behind all the curtains. Finally, struck by a sudden idea, and disregarding Mrs. Van Snyder's shrill protests, he opened the large wardrobe trunk and rummaged swiftly in the interior. Suddenly, Tommy, who had been examining the communicating door, gave an exclamation. "Come here, sir. Look at this." They did go this way. The bolt had been very cleverly filed through, so close to the socket that the join was hardly perceptible. "The door won't open because it's locked on the other side," explained Tommy. In another minute, they were out in the corridor again, and the waiter was opening the door of the adjoining suite with his pass key. This suite was untenanted. When they came to the communicating door, they saw that the same plan had been adopted. The bolt had been filed through, and the door was locked, the key having been removed. But nowhere in the suite was there any sign of Tuppence or the fair-bearded Russian, and there was no other communicating door, only the one on the corridor. "But I'd have seen them come out," protested the waiter. "I couldn't have helped seeing them. I can take my oath they never did." "Damn it all," cried Tommy. "They can't have vanished into thin air." Carter was calm again now, his keen brain working. Telephone down and find who had this suite last, and when? Evan, who had come with them, leaving Clydesley on guard in the other suite, obeyed. Presently, he raised his head from the telephone. "An invalid French lad, Paul de Varese. He had a hospital nurse with him. They left this morning." An exclamation burst from the other Secret Service man, the waiter. He had gone deathly pale. The invalid boy, the hospital nurse. He stammered, They passed me in the passage. I never dreamed I had seen them so often before." "Are you sure they were the same?" cried Mr. Carter. "Are you sure, man? You looked at them well." The man shook his head. "I hardly glanced at them. I was waiting, you understand, on the alert for the others. The man with the fair beard, and the girl." "Of course," said Mr. Carter, with a groan. "They counted on that." With a sudden exclamation, Tommy stooped down and pulled something out from under the sofa. It was a small, rolled-up bundle of black. Tommy unrolled it, and several articles fell out. The outside wrapper was the long black coat Tuppence had worn that day. Inside was her walking dress, her hat, and a long fair beard. "It's clear enough now," he said bitterly. "They've got Tuppence. That Russian devil has given us the slip. The hospital nurse and the boy were accomplices. They stayed here for a day or two to get the hotel people accustomed to their presence. The man must have realized at lunch that he was trapped and proceeded to carry out his plan. Probably he counted on the room next door being empty, since it was when he fixed the bolts. Anyway, he managed to silence both the woman next door and Tuppence, brought her in here, dressed her in boy's clothes, altered his own appearance, and walked out as bold as brass. The clothes must have been hidden ready. But I don't quite see how he managed Tuppence's acquiescence." "I can see," said Mr. Carter. He picked up a little shining piece of steel from the carpet. "That's a fragment of a hypodermic needle. She was doped." "My God," groaned Tommy. "And he's got clear away." "We won't know that," said Carter quickly. Remember, every exit is watched. For a man and a girl, not for a hospital nurse and an invalid boy. They'll have left the hotel by now. Such, on inquiry, proved to be the case. The nurse and her patient had driven away in a taxi some 5 minutes earlier. Look here, Beresford, said Mr. Carter. For God's sake, pull yourself together. You know that I won't leave a stone unturned to find that girl. I'm going back to my office at once, and in less than 5 minutes, every resource of the department will be at work. We'll get them yet. Will you, sir? He's a clever devil, that Russian. Look at the cunning of this coup of his. But I know you'll do your best. Only pray God it's not too late. They've got it in for us badly. He left the Blitz Hotel and walked blindly along the street, hardly knowing where he was going. He felt completely paralyzed. Where to search? What to do? He went into the Green Park and dropped down upon a seat. He hardly noticed when someone else sat down at the opposite end and was quite startled to hear a well-known voice. If you please, sir. If I might make so bold. Tommy looked up. Hello, Albert, he said dully. I know all about it. Sir, but don't take on so. Don't take on. He gave a short laugh. Easily said. Isn't it? Ah, but think. Sir, Blunt's brilliant detectives never beaten. And if you'll excuse my saying so, I happened to overhear what you and the missus was ragging about this morning. Mr. Poirot and his little gray cells. Well, sir, why not use your little gray cells and see what you can do? It's easier to use your little gray cells in fiction than it is in fact. My boy? Well, said Albert stoutly, I don't believe anybody could put the missus out, for good and all. You know what she is, sir. Just like one of those rubber bones you buy for little dorgs, guaranteed indestructible. Albert, said Tommy, you cheer me. Then what about using your little gray cells, sir? You're a persistent lad, Albert. Playing the fool has served us pretty well up to now. We'll try it again. Let us arrange our facts neatly and with method. At 10 minutes past 2 exactly, our quarry enters the lift. 5 minutes later, we speak to the lift man. And having heard what he says, we also go up to the 3rd floor. At, say, 19 minutes past 2, we enter the suite of Mrs. Van Snyder. And now, what significant fact strikes us? There was a pause. No significant fact striking either of them. There wasn't such a thing as a trunk in the room, was there? Asked Albert, his eyes lighting suddenly. Mon ami, said Tommy, you do not understand the psychology of an American woman who has just returned from Paris. There were, I should say, about 19 trunks in the room. What I meant to say is, a trunk's a handy thing. If you've got a dead body about, you want to get rid of, not that she is dead, for a minute. We searched the only 2 that were big enough to contain a body. What is the next fact in chronological order? You've missed one out, when the missus and the bloke dressed up as a hospital nurse passed the waiter in the passage. It must have been just before we came up in the lift, said Tommy. They must have had a narrow escape of meeting us face to face. Pretty quick work. He stopped. What is it, sir? Be silent, mon ami. I have the kind of little idea, colossal, stupendous, that always comes sooner or later to Hercule Poirot. But if so, if that's it, oh, Lord, I hope I'm in time. He raced out of the park, Albert hard on his heels, inquiring breathlessly as he ran. "What's up?" "Sir, I don't understand." "That's all right," said Tommy. "You're not supposed to. Hastings never did. If your gray cells weren't of a very inferior order to mine, what fun do you think I should get out of this game? I'm talking damned rot. But I can't help it. You're a good lad. Albert, you know what Tuppence is worth. She's worth a dozen of you and me." Thus, talking breathlessly as he ran, Tommy re-entered the portals of the Blitz. He caught sight of Evans and drew him aside with a few hurried words. The two men entered the lift, Albert with them. "Third floor," said Tommy. At the door of number 318, they paused. Evans had a pass key and used it forthwith. Without a word of warning, they walked straight into Mrs. Van Snyder's bedroom. The lady was still lying on the bed, but was now arrayed in a becoming negligee. She stared at them in surprise. "Pardon my failure to knock," said Tommy, pleasantly, "but I want my wife. Do you mind getting off that bed?" "I guess you've gone plumb crazy," cried Mrs. Van Snyder. Tommy surveyed her thoughtfully, his head on one side. "Very artistic," he pronounced, "but it won't do. We looked under the bed, but not in it. I remember using that hiding place myself when young. Horizontally across the bed, underneath the bolster, and that nice wardrobe trunk all ready to take away the body in later. But we were a bit too quick for you just now. You'd had time to dope Tuppence, put her under the bolster, and be gagged and bound by your accomplices next door. And I'll admit, we swallowed your story all right for the moment. But when one came to think it out, with order and method, impossible to drug a girl, dress her in boy's clothes, gag, and bind another woman, and change one's own appearance, all in 5 minutes. Simply a physical impossibility. The hospital nurse and the boy were to be a decoy. We were to follow that trail, and Mrs. Van Snyder was to be a pitied victim. Just help the lady off the bed, will you? Evans. You have automatic good, protesting shrilly. Mrs. Van Snyder was hauled from her place of repose. Tommy tore off the coverings and the bolster. There, lying horizontally across the top of the bed, was Tuppence, her eyes closed and her face waxen. For a moment, Tommy felt a sudden dread. Then he saw the slight rise and fall of her breast. She was drugged, not dead. He turned to Albert and Evans. "And now, messieurs," he said dramatically, "the final coup." With a swift, unexpected gesture, he seized Mrs. Van Snyder by her elaborately dressed hair. It came off in his hand. "As I thought," said Tommy. "No, 16. It was about half an hour later when Tuppence opened her eyes and found a doctor and Tommy bending over her. Over the events of the next quarter of an hour, a decent veil had better be drawn. But after that period, the doctor departed with the assurance that all was now well. "Mon ami, Hastings," said Tommy fondly, "how I rejoice that you are still alive. Have we got number 16? Once more, have I crushed him like an eggshell?" In other words, Carter's got him, the little gray cells. "By the way, I'm raising Albert's wages. Tell me all about it." Tommy gave her a spirited narrative, with certain omissions. "Weren't you half frantic about me?" asked Tuppence faintly. "Not particularly. One must keep calm. You know." "Liar," said Tuppence. "You look quite haggard still." "Well, Perhaps I was just a little worried. Darling, I say we're going to give it up now, aren't we? Certainly we are. Tommy gave a sigh of relief. I hoped you'd be sensible. After a shock like this. It's not the shock. You know I never mind shocks. A rubber bone indestructible, murmured Tommy. I've got something better to do, continued Tuppence. Something ever so much more exciting. Something I've never done before. Tommy looked at her with lively apprehension. I forbid it, Tuppence. You can't, said Tuppence. It's a law of nature. What are you talking about? Tuppence, I'm talking, said Tuppence. Of our baby. Wives don't whisper nowadays. They shout. Our baby Tommy. Isn't everything marvelous?